Those joining us online, all protocol observed, good morning. Welcome to the Strathmore Business School 2023 Executive Education Annual Graduation Ceremony. The theme for this year is Developing Sustainable Businesses for Africa. I am sorry I possibly did not hear the response, so I will send the greeting once more. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. My name is Roy Were. I work in Strathmore Business School in Strategy and Quality Assurance. I shall be your MC for today, together with my colleague, Nancy Ndirangu. Nancy, to be good, if the good people see you, please come forward. Nancy Ndirangu is the head of our customized solutions in the business school. She knows how to give you the best solutions to all the business challenges that you may be facing. We are glad to have you here with us for this most exciting and auspicious occasion. This year, the executive education team has trained 2,438 executives across the various programs, across different countries. And of these 2,438, 959 have been men, and 1,270 of them have been ladies. Our participants have come from at least 11 African countries, including Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, South Sudan, Somali, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Cameroon, Ghana, and Morocco. Do you feel excited, ladies and gentlemen? Do you really feel excited? We are hoping that you will work with us as a university and as a business school as we seek to spearhead the transformation of Africa. That is what we believe we are here for, and we also believe that you will be working with us to do that. A few housekeeping rules to enable us feel much more at ease.
Pour les
We
francophones,
appreciate
vous
that
pouvez
those of
nous
you
joindre
who
en
have been
ligne
training here understand the building
pour la traduction en
very
direct.
well. For our visitors who've come here for the first time, please note that you are very safe as long as you are in Strathmore University and Strathmore Business School. We have a very well-trained security team on the ground. We have on every floor washroom facilities for those who may require them, starting all the way from the lower ground floor. On every floor, you will have them alternating so that on the ground floor, to my left are the gents, to my right are the ladies. And that order alternates as you move from one floor to the next. The entrance and the exit is the main one that you came through in the morning. We also have emergency exits on the lower ground floor. As we go through this graduation ceremony, should you require any help or assistance, our colleagues from Strathmore Business School are more than ready and happy to assist you. We also have a medical center on campus. Our colleagues will be standing at the back, and they are more than ready to reach out to you should you need any help. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do feel welcome. Please feel at home. To start us off, I would wish to invite the Executive Dean of Strathmore Business School, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, to give his welcome.
Donc, on va inviter les doyens de l'université pour nous accueillir et nous dire
keynote speaker to give the keynote address.
Et nous
Dr.
dire, donc appeler officiellement les autres personnes qui donneront officiellement leur discours.
What a wonderful, wonderful occasion to see all of you here in those marvelous red sashes.
Quelle belle
graduates
occasion
of our
de
executive
vous
programs.
rencontrer ici dans des
Our
très
chief
beaux
guest,
vêtements.
my good friend, Mr. Mike Eldon, who I got to know many years ago as a young man, and I was a beneficiary of his wonderful services as a people developer as a young student. I actually was in an
Donc
organization
ici,
called ISEC.
le
He was
professeur est en
one of
train
those
de
business executives
raconter
who
comment
wanted to
il
develop
avait
young people,
croisé
and I benefited from
les
that.
schémas
And my good friend,
de notre
our vice chancellor,
professeur
is also here.
qui
Dr.
ont
Vincent
vraiment
Gutu
marqué
was also a
sa carrière.
beneficiary of Mike Eldon's generosity to develop young people.
Notamment aussi
So
les
I'm so delighted that
recteurs de
he accepted to be our
l'université
chief guest today.
qui est aussi avec nous,
We
qui
have
pourra
our
donc aussi prendre parole.
chaplain for the poor, faculty members,
Les
our deputy
prêtres
dean,
chargés
Angela,
de la chapelle,
all the graduates.
la
You have trusted
vice-doyenne
us
et tous
with
les gens qui sont
your
concernés
time.
par la
You have
cérémonie de
trusted
collation des
us
grades.
to seek knowledge through us. We are honored that you are here, and I recognize all of you.
On est
I also
très
recognize
honorés que vous soyez là et
those
en tout
people who
cas, nous
work
sommes
in
fiers de vous.
Strathmore University and Strathmore Business School,
On veut aussi reconnaître tous les gens
who
qui
have made
travaillent
these
à
arrangements
l'université
possible.
et qui ont
I
fait
recognize you.
que
Thank you
cet
very much.
arrangement soit possible.
And there are those who
Donc,
are not with
merci pour eux.
us, who have also made this possible.
Et ceux qui ne sont pas là avec nous,
Every morning at about 5 a.m., they
tous
come
les
to the business
matins,
school,
à partir de 5
they
heures,
clean
les
it,
gens qui viennent travailler à
the
l'université
corridors, the
pour
washrooms. They are not here with us on this occasion, but I
s'assurer que
recognize them in
l'université sera
absentia.
toujours
I
propre.
call them the most important
Donc,
people
on
in
tient
our business
vraiment
school.
à les remercier
such
et
good work.
ce sont
By
aussi
the time we arrive at
les
7:30,
personnes, les
everything
gens les
is spick and
plus
span. I
importantes,
think let's give
les
those
plus
people a clap
importantes
in
de
absentia.
notre école de commerce.
Mine are a few short remarks. There is a bit of an address there, which I shall not repeat. Allow me not to repeat it. But I will comment on just a few of those paragraphs that have been penned in that address on this wonderful occasion. This is a graduating class of 2023, and we're not just marking the completion of your program, we are actually celebrating you as leaders. Leaders who are prepared to embark on the journey of developing sustainable businesses, but also leaders who have been on this journey.
Donc, on est là pour
Many of you are accomplished leaders. I know some of you personally.
Leaders.
And you are accomplished leaders. So you're not embarking, you are
Donc,
going
des
to the next level.
leaders accomplis. Donc, vous
Sustainable
êtes en train
business is very
d'aller
important to us because the business
prochain
landscape is extremely complicated. And when there's a saying that says, when the tough get going,
le terrain
when
du
the going
business,
gets
c'est vraiment
tough,
un
the
terrain
tough
très,
get
très
going.
compliqué.
We have to
Et
sharpen our saw,
c'est encore en train
as
de
the late
devenir de
Stephen Covey
plus en
used
plus
to say,
compliqué.
or said in his 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. One of the habits is we've got to sharpen our saws. And when you came here, I think that was what you had in mind. You wanted to sharpen your saws so that you can do better. Since 2005, we have been in this business as a business school of nurturing great African leaders who can deal with the intricate dynamics of our world and the global challenges that we face. But most important, apart from the theoretical knowledge, we have tried to imbue in all our programs a deep sense of what we call the greater good. As I listened to the African National Anthem, it said, let us give our best to Africa. Let us give our best to Africa. It also said, let us make Africa the tree of life. This means we have to be people who have a deep sense of purpose, a deep sense of purpose. And we need to lead with purpose. And this is apart from the theoretical knowledge. We hope we have imbued you with this deep sense of purpose. Together, we will be able to then multiply the positive impact, which is so desperately needed in our continent. Many challenges our people are facing in this beautiful continent we call Africa. Over the past, we have undertaken various initiatives, and they are highlighted in my in the summary on page 4, but I'll just highlight a few of them. We have a big focus here on nurturing small business to become bigger, to become better, to employ more people. And among initiatives here include the 11th annual SME conference, which we held this past year. We had the inaugural sustainability conference, which we hosted in partnership with Forum Civ. We had the B-Lab Sustainability Summit in 2023. And these key conferences created a forum for us to talk about sustainable business and to see how we can push our businesses to a better level in terms of inclusive and sustainable business practices for Africa. We also had Circular Economy, the Circular Economy Breakfast Series, in line with our theme of sustainability. Our small business initiatives have been also going on this year. We are very proud of one of these very major activities, which is the Kenya Small Business Development Centers Program, which is an initiative involved in supporting small and medium enterprises in Kenya across 6 counties in our country. This program is now known as the USAID Strategic Partnerships Program, and we're extremely proud of what we're doing there. We have a very beautiful initiative with members of our community called Religious Sisters. In fact, they graduated yesterday. And this was in the Sisters Blended Value Project, where our sisters are running numerous activities throughout the country, hospitals, schools, farms, and we want them to be sustainable businesses. And this program is another beacon of our commitment to social impact. We want these sisters to go out there after their graduation and build these businesses, these activities, these enterprises that help so many of our marginalized people in all areas of the country. We're extremely proud of this particular initiative. We also have the Business Advisory Support Providers Project, which aims to support the business advisory service providers with insights to support not only the growth of their businesses, but the growth of other SMEs. We had another unique project which involved training persons with disabilities in entrepreneurship. And this is part of our philosophy here, that we cannot leave anybody behind because everybody deserves a chance. We're very proud of this one also. We also hosted the Captains of Industry breakfast, focused on wealth management across generations, because we recognize that wealth is grown across generations and not purely from deals and transactions in the present. Again, emphasis on the future. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special occasion, I think it is important for me to mention that everything that we do is based on inspiration. And it is so important that we identify our sources of inspiration. Ours is, of course, guided by the ideals of our founder, Saint Maria Escrivá, the founder of Opus Dei, where he envisioned that the world could be better based on the activities of the individuals who are in that world. We are those individuals, and we're inspired by the pioneers who took up this vision, where it was envisioned that Strathmore could exert a positive influence on work, our workplaces, our businesses, on our families, and on society in general. And allow me just to mention that the family is the smallest cell of society, but the most significant. In Strathmore, we're very proud. We have a program called the Program for Family Development, where we run programs for family members, parents of children, and they come and they learn how to be better, how they can influence their families and be very positive. Today, as we witness the realization of this vision, we are humbled that you have trusted us with your resources, with your time, to be with us on this journey. I just want to finalize with a word to the graduating class. I urge you to be on this journey of lifelong learning, continuously enriching your skill set in response to the evolving world and emerging challenges. I urge you to join this movement of change makers and realize that being or coming to Strathmore is a commitment to positive change, not only in your lifetime, but in future generations. We are looking forward to working with you, walking with you, staying connected. We have many programs which you can still continue to take with us, and alumni events. Finally, in closing, my dear friends, I just want to remind all of you that you are extremely privileged. You are extremely privileged members of society, and you are not privileged because you have positions of responsibility. You are privileged because you have an opportunity to serve in your position of responsibility. This is the ultimate privilege, the opportunity to serve. Because sometimes we confuse positions with privilege. It is not about the position. Wherever you have that privilege. I want to finally close with a short quote from our founder, Saint Josemaria Escrivá. In his lifetime, he wrote many books, and one of the quotes I love very much is one which I will read to you now. He said, "Don't let your life be barren. Be useful. Make yourself felt. Shine forth with the torch of your faith and your love." This little quote, my dear friends, is a source of great joy and fulfillment for those who have been so abundantly blessed with possibilities which millions and billions of people don't have, especially in this African continent, which has been blessed with numerous possibilities, but at the same time, numerous challenges. Your fulfillment will be derived from your commitment to live for something that is bigger than you. Congratulations to each and every one of you. May your journey ahead be marked with continuous growth, resilience, joy, and the ultimate fulfillment in the legacy you shall leave behind you. Congratulations once again. Well done. God bless you. Thank you. I now have the distinct privilege, my dear friends, of welcoming a man we appreciate so much. He's our leader in this institution. He's also a great servant leader, a man who has great love for the people he works with, and he serves them with great diligence. He's none other than our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ogutu. Let's welcome with a big clap, please.
Our chief guest today, Mike Eldon, founder and chairman of The Depot, the Dan Eldon Place of Tomorrow, the executive dean of Strathmore Business School, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, the deputy executive dean, Dr. Angela Ndunge, the chaplain of the business school, Father Paul Mimbi, our dear faculty who are here, our dear partners of Strathmore Business School, distinguished guests, and of course, the colorful and wonderful graduates of our executive education. Good morning. I understand we have people from French-speaking Africa, from Mali, Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire. Pour ceux de la francophonie qui sont ici et qui suivent l'occasion en ligne, je vous souhaite le bienvenue à cette occasion à Strathmore. Bienvenue. I just wanted to share a few thoughts before I introduce our chief guest. And in fact, as we were having breakfast, we decided that he would do the heavy lifting. So we brought him here to work. And he's just the right man to get this job done. And all we're doing is just preparing the ground for him. So I thought I'd give a few remarks just to prepare the ground for Mike Eldon, who will do the heavy lifting. We're talking about sustainable business. And indeed, in a lot of the course content that you went through, this was integrated. You were being told how to face the challenges that the world is throwing at us all the time. Exchange rate volatility, wars, climate change. There are so many things happening. And somehow you're supposed to survive and to be having an impact at the same time. But I wanted us to just focus on that word, sustainable, that you can keep something going. You can hold it up for a long, long time. It's not going to die any moment soon. And there's one aspect of sustainability that hardly anyone talks about. And I think it's at the very heart of sustainability. And that is integrity. I know many of you have learned sustainability in other ways. You've learned strategy. But even when you're learning strategy, they tell you that culture can eat strategy for breakfast. However good your strategy is, if your culture doesn't support it, doesn't hold it up, undergird it, your strategy will just die. And that's why I speak about integrity. It's at the heart of culture. It is the one thing that holds everything together, the truth. If there's no truthfulness in our relationships with each other, then contracts mean nothing. And in fact, you can even have a contract, you can even take somebody to court. There's no guarantee you'll get justice. The whole social fabric collapses when there's no truth and there's no integrity. And there's even a book by Covey that's called The Speed of Trust. When you trust each other, you don't even need that contract. You can have a ladies' or gentleman's handshake over an issue. You can discuss it over coffee and say, okay, so it's a deal. Do we go ahead? So tomorrow you get moving, I get moving. Our lawyers will follow it up later. We'll write the contract later, but it's a deal. So gone are the days when you could do that. Now you're sort of saying it's a deal, but what's the catch? What are you trying to do here? Can I trust you? And then you'll basically say, let's hold until everything has been done. A lot of due diligence will have to be done. All the fine print in the contracts will have to be studied. And it's all because we don't trust each other. We don't expect a truthful relationship with each other. And this is so important for business. If we are slowed down by all these unnecessary checks, which are now necessary, then that just takes us longer to get to where we're trying to get to. It's so important to fight for integrity. In the past week, we've been looking at the whole issue of the Standard 8 results and how students are getting results that are not theirs. I know a school, Strathmore School, somebody who's always gotten 420, top student, always among the top 5, then ends up in the bottom 5. How do you explain that to a little kid? How do you tell them? And at that level, everything is predictable. If a kid tells you that exam felt good, I walked out the way I usually walk out, meaning in mathematics, for instance, they're getting either 98 or 100%, as they've always done. When somebody like that is given 55%, how do you explain that? I mean, seriously, how do you explain that? And then just the sense of injustice, kids who've worked really hard, and then there's no guarantee what they'll get is the results they worked for. And they don't live in a vacuum. They don't live in a bubble. They read the news. They know what's going on. They know other people who didn't work hard will actually get very good results and get opportunities they should never have had access to, while denying the ones who really deserve it. So these are the kinds of things that can kill an entire society. The one thing that holds any society together is trust, integrity, the belief that people are speaking the truth when they are talking to you, that there is a level playing field, that you will get justice. These are things that I really urge you to push in your businesses as business leaders just drive that agenda of values. It is the most critical mission that we have right now if we want to save Africa. If we want to save our businesses, if we want to make them sustainable, then we have to fight for the truth. Now, one man who's been doing that for his entire life is seated right here before me, and it's Mr. Mike. I've met Mike in so many different fora in which he was just defending integrity. We've served on the Committee for National Values of KEPSA together with him and Dr. Caesar Mwangi here. We deeply believe that this is something that we have to work towards. I'll tell you a little bit about the man so that you appreciate what he's about to tell us and how highly qualified he is to talk to us about these things. He's the chairman of the depot, and I'm going to come back to that last. I'll mention many of the other things that he does. He's also the current chairman of Occidental Insurance. He is a man of several firsts. So I mentioned KEPSA. Well, he's a founding director of KEPSA and was its first vice chairman. He's also a founder chairman of the Kenya ICT Federation. So he's an ICT expert as well. He's a global partner of the World Bank's Collaborative Leadership for Development program. Many of you know him from his newspaper article in the Business Daily, the column that he's been writing for the past 18 years. Lots of nuggets in there. He also appears regularly on NTV's AM Live and on the KTN morning show. In fact, at one point, I was with him on the NTV Leadership Forum, the live, and we hadn't met in a few decades. And then as I sat next to him, I told him, Mike, you might not remember this, but when I was a student and I was a member of ISEC, you came to train us on public speaking. So would you believe we're both here practicing what you taught me a couple of decades ago? So thank you so much, Mike. You can take credit for what I'm doing right here. He's published books as well. You'll love the title of this one. It says, Kenyans, Yes, We Can. So this is a collection of some of his articles. A lot of the nuggets are in there. And he also edited the book written by his wife, Evelyn Mungai. And the ladies will love the title of this one. It says, From Glass Ceilings to Open Skies. So do look for these two books and read them. For the past 3 years, he has rated among the top 10 most influential chairmen of boards in Kenya, rated by the Business Monthly magazine. And then the Women on Boards Network Kenya nominated him as the first runner-up in the male champion of the women's agenda category in 2021. So he's a big champion for promoting women in business. Now, I said I'd end by telling you about the depot. Many years ago, Mike's son, who was called Dan, so Dan Eldon, was a journalist. He was also a ham radio. I think very few people here would know what ham radio is. But in the old days, instead of pen pals and Facebook and Instagram friends, you had ham radio, where you could actually make a small radio set and talk to other people on the radio waves from all around the world and introduce yourself for a few seconds and just get to know each other. And a typical ham radio enthusiast would have something called a shack. So a shack was your base. It was where you had this radio equipment and where you could now talk to people around the world. And because Dan was a journalist, he loved interacting with people and he loved having this shack and the radio equipment. And during emergencies, they could also be used to connect people and to help the emergency first responders. The other name that Dan had for his shack, because all radio hams bases are called shacks, is he called it the depot. So when Dan sadly died in Somalia, there was an attack of some warlords by the Marines, and the retaliation and reaction was so fierce that even the journalists who were covering the famine in Somalia at that time got killed. So Dan, at the young age of 22, got killed. And so his dad, Mike Eldon, decided to use the name of Dan's shack, the depot, for the inspiration of founding what is now known as, and the acronym, it became an acronym, depot now stands for the Dan Eldon Place of Tomorrow. So he uses the memory of his son to basically create his legacy, to help youth, to teach leadership, to pass on culture, to foster creativity. They've actually helped over, I think, 11,000 or more people who've gone through the trainings and activities organized by the depot. So I highly respect Mike Eldon as somebody who gets it, somebody who understands that what our society needs the most is values and integrity. So could you all please join me in welcoming Mike Eldon to address us? Thank you so much.
What a nice sight. And what a wonderful national anthem. I've never heard anywhere near so beautiful a rendering of the national anthem. Well done, all of you, not least those who are around there. You know, I feel so at home here when I come that I'm going to start by saying what I love saying in other places too. No protocols observed. Hi, Caesar. Hi, Vincent. Hi, Carol. Hi. That's how it is here, I sense. A flat pyramid of good people working together. Thank you, Strathmore, for having provoked me to reflect on the early influences in my life in relation to your theme this year, which I was told about, caring for our common home. And within that, the emphasis on business sustainability and the impact of leadership on such issues. The reflecting helped me explore what shaped my values, attitudes, and behavior as I interacted with a wide variety of individuals and societies in my youth. And later, how this led me to try and influence the environment around me, including these two characters, in ways that make us all care for our home in sustainable ways. In my formative years, at home and at school and at university, within the communities within which I found myself, I experienced negligible waste of energy on discrimination or unproductive conflict. In all our diversity, irrespective of race or religion or other identifying aspect that differentiated us, my assumption was that our home was our common home, where we would all coexist, each in our own way, with our own talents, making our own contributions. Let me go back to when I was a young boy in the late 1940s in immediate post-World War II London. Where there was food rationing. And my mother had to queue for our allocation of powdered milk and powdered eggs. It was surely a time not to waste food. My parents and I had arrived in the UK in February of 1948 as immigrants. And it was a time of frugality, of leanness, for everyone. My parents were both from Romania. So if we had Romanians here, like you in French, I could address them in Romanian. It was the first language I spoke. So my parents, being from Romania and being Jewish, they fled from the country in 1941 as the fascist government there, supported by the Nazis, were the absolute opposite of caring for a common home. My mother and my father each made their way to what was then the British Mandate of Palestine, where they met and married. I was born to them in Haifa in 1945, and then and now, Haifa was the most liberal of towns, with several of my parents' closest friends there being Arabs. The World War was not yet over, so I arrived before the baby boom kicked in. My generation was called the silent ones, as we were known just to do as we were told, whether in the factory or the fields or in the frontline trenches. We moved to London just before I turned 3, joining my father's elder brother and his family. And as many immigrants at that time, we were so grateful for the care shown to us by the host community that we became great patriots for Britain. The British cared for us, and we appreciated their care. My father's career relaunched very well, and by the time he retired in the late 1960s, this outlier Jewish immigrant in an otherwise white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, WASP, known as WASP environment, had become the head of their worldwide management training division. Shell was way ahead of its time in nurturing a globally diverse and inclusive culture of learning and growth. And one of my father's closest colleagues at that time, for a while, there for wider exposure, was then Shell's personnel manager for Kenya, Nick Muriuki, a wonderful gentleman, now the late. I could tell you much more about him and me. Another was Charles Handy, that many of you will have heard of, Caesar is nodding, who later became a global management guru and founded the Sloan Masters program at the London Business School, from which, as it happens, I graduated in 1974 with its 6th cohort. I later got to know Charles Handy myself and to learn from him personally, including when he was coming here, which he did a couple of times. In his 1989 book, The Age of Unreason, he summed up the emerging trend in Western workplaces as a half times 2 times 3. Seeing that companies were tending to employ half the number of people they used to, expecting twice the output from them, in exchange for which they were being paid 3 times as much. Half times 2 times 3. In the 80s, we were already seeing the transformative interrelated effects of globalism, liberalism, and technology, and its consequences on the need for educated and mobile knowledge workers. But no one had described the brave new world of survival of the fittest as succinctly as Handy, who worried before many that so many people, the other half, would be woefully unfit to meet the needs associated with more and more of the world's modern day jobs. That was in the 1980s. I wonder what his figure would be today. He's still alive, he's in his 90s. Then, about which column. I'm sure Handy advocated schools that was understood in tranquility. Was it like this for you? Understood in tranquility. Those most suited for such programs are not necessarily those with the highest academic scores, he felt. His plea for the business school of the future was that it should not provide an overly academic environment, and so faculty selection and promotion too should be based on broader criteria, like even bringing in guys like me as faculty adjunct. Only when the faculty list includes professors of philosophy and drama, education and psychology, will business schools be appropriately equipped for the very different world ahead, he concluded. Sounds like you guys? While my father was enjoying his last years with Shell, I was at university studying economics at UCL. And here, both our faculty and my fellow students were from all over the world. Faculty members, including a Greek, he was the head of the department, a Brazilian and an American. And among my closest friends were ones from Nigeria, India, and Pakistan, plus several from the Midlands of England and the North, up-country folk, as we would call them here, the likes of whom I'd never interacted with before until I got to university. During my years as an undergraduate, I was privileged to benefit from several internships with ISEC in France and in America. And I'm delighted that a chapter of ISEC exists here at Strathmore. This international association, which began just for students in economics and commerce, was set up in 1948. And its purpose was to bring young people from Europe together to help the continent reintegrate and heal following the 6-year divisive war. A few weeks ago, ISEC Kenya asked me to speak at their dinner celebrating the 75th anniversary of the organization's founding, where had I thought of Pope Francis's concern for caring for our common home, I would have referred to its uplifting, initiating purpose, that of ISEC. How wonderful that it went global subsequently and more inclusive, and that it is thriving so sustainably after all these years with some wonderful products here in Kenya. My first industrial strength management opportunity came when I was asked by ICL, the British computer company I'd been working for since obtaining my undergraduate degree in 1967, to come and run their subsidiary here. It was still a time when there were many expatriates, not least in this tech field. And the assumption that we guys, yes, in those days it was guys only, from the North would be in charge and we would be the experts. I think I'm the only Mzungu in the room here. The only one with that one of your three hearts. We were the ones to give directions and we were to be feared. It was what my British bosses expected of me, and pretty much what my Kenyan staff also did. But I refused to buy into that mindset. And it was then that I started working with transactional analysis. I helped my newly promoted Kenyan management team to pursue adult-adult relationships, not the child-parent ones, so still assumed by the neo-colonialists. I encouraged my Kenyan colleagues to see both themselves and others as okay rather than not okay. That's the transactional analysis language, including their bosses and their customers of whatever age, with however many degrees, and so on. In this way, I promoted an expectation of win-win relationships. I've been working with this adult, okay, win-win trio of mindsets ever since. And hardly a week goes by without me doing so. Indeed, it featured prominently at a workshop I facilitated earlier this week for the senior and middle-level managers of NCCK. I introduced this way of being to my children before they were 10, and more recently to my grandchildren at similar ages. My great-grandson is due for it soon. It's not my genetic one, but it's... For me, it's the best way of helping develop people's self-respect and self-confidence, and more generally, their emotional intelligence. What I firmly believe is that unless we apply such mindsets, we will not be able to develop common homes, and our organizations and our societies will not be sustainable. No, we will assume, as many do, that life is played out in zero-sum games. Either I win or you do. This without appreciating that one way or another, win-lose almost invariably ends up as lose-lose, as we are seeing so tragically with Ukraine and Russia, with Palestine and Israel. I'm delighted to see that as far as dispute resolution is concerned, the win-lose adversarial approach is increasingly giving way, and not least here in Kenya, to arbitration and mediation, which allows for and indeed aims at win-win. My favorite example of someone who expects and works towards win-lose outcomes is Donald Trump. And as we read in his book, The Art of the Deal, he assumed he would always manage to close a deal that left the other party as a loser. But the unintended consequence for him and others like him is that no one ever wants to do business with him again. Or if at all, it is only to get even, to seek revenge. Trump's win-lose transactions preclude win-win relationships from which both parties benefit ongoingly and sustainably. Just to add to my analysis of Trump, I asked myself why he needs to go for win-lose rather than build towards win-win. It's to feed his ego, isn't it? And in transactional analysis terms, it's because his need for win-lose and for I'm okay, you're not okay posturings mask the insecurities of an I'm not okay, you're okay fellow. The concepts of fairness and reasonableness have become much more prominent in recent times. And at the company level, it has moved the mindset from merely benefiting one's shareholders to treating all key stakeholders fairly. For we have come to focus so much more on sustainability, not only for all organizations, but of the environments within which they operate. Unless, as the Pope said, we care for our common home, both your room in the home and mine will suffer, as will often be the case for those who live beyond our home. unless we go for win-win among all key stakeholders, forget sustainability. Along with this, we have been more and more conscious of the benefits of having an uplifting purpose in what we do. Purpose before profit, we hear. And that's very much what we talk about at Davis and Shirtliff, where I'm a director. And this, along with the 3 Ps of people, planet, yes, and profit, the idea is not to do good at the expense of doing well, but to do well through doing good. It absolutely speaks of taking a longer-term view, for that is what sustainability is all about. Holding back from going for short-term sub-optimization, not being held hostage by what has been called the tyranny of Wall Street, where each quarter's results must exceed those of the previous quarter, but finding the strength to handle gratification deferral with the incentive of disproportionately benefiting from its consequences. This requires saying no when we should. No to customers, suppliers, and others, investors too, with whom we should not engage. No to demands for incentives in order to be awarded contracts or to have government services provided more swiftly, speed money. No to shareholders who just want to minimize costs, generate immediate bottom line growth, and unduly squeeze out benefits. I'm happy to say that many of the organizations with which I interact get the goodness of sustainability, the goodness of behaving responsibly towards the environment, and when engaged in social and governance issues, all of which have been wrapped up in what we now call the ESG system. And I'm not just talking about the Safaricoms and the equity banks and the KCBs. I'm also seeing such responsible mindsets within many SMEs, within family businesses. Not all of them, of course, just like not all the big boys and girls are good big boys and girls. I was recently asked to speak about ESG issues at the KENCTAD conference on that subject, and there I talked about several such companies. One thing they certainly have in common is a goal and assumption of long-term sustainability. So those delivering the eulogy at their graves will be able to speak of their honorable legacies. What I noted was that such organizations are not behaving with a sense of corporate responsibility because they are being told to by moralist observers, not because a regulator is breathing down their necks. No, it is because of the values lived by them. Their owners, their directors, their managers, and the staff they attract. Let me now move from talking about our common homes in the private sector to our national home. In the 1990s, the World Bank encouraged countries around the world to develop country strategic plans through producing PRSPs, Poverty Reduction Strategy papers. Kenya was among them, and 8 sector working groups were formed, one for each of the key sectors of the economy. For the first time, ICT was identified as a sector on its own, and I was invited to be the private sector representative with then Transport and Communication PS Titus Naikuni as our chairman. Our team came up with Kenya's first ever national ICT strategy and policy, which provided for an enabling national home for this fast emerging industry. PRSP was succeeded by the Economic Recovery Strategy, and at a milestone meeting in Mombasa in February of that year, the ERS draft was presented by Harris Moulet, the late now, and David and Dee, the still noisy, to government officers, development partners, and private sector representatives, of whom I was one representing ICT. It was on the sidelines of this meeting that then Planning Minister Nyang Nyong'o met with the private sector folk attending and told us the government needed us to come together and speak with one voice. It was this that led to the founding of KEPSA, which until today is the common home for the private sector. I was a founder director, later its vice chairman, and until today, I'm a member of its advisory council. Now as then, I believe passionately in its mandate and also in its style of constructive engagement, win-win engagement with the government. Not always, but where at all possible. The recent CAM and shocker went a bit for win-lose. I'm okay, you're not okay. And KEPSA not only looks for win-win with government, but within and between sectors too, journeying towards long-term sustainability, creating that enabling environment, that level playing field, which speaks of an ethical and high-trust environment. Now, joining business member organizations is voluntary. If you're a manufacturer, no one says you must join CAM. If you're in the flower business, you only join the Kenya Flower Council if you wish to. And by and large, the consequence is that it is the good guys who enroll. They are the ones who want a level playing field where the highest performers do best. For the tenderpreneurs, this is the last thing they want, and they don't join. So my appeal to those of you who are in the private sector is not only to join, but to be active in your business member associations. It is good for your company and for your sector, and it is good for you and your personal growth. In short, it shows that you care for the higher levels of your common home. Joining groups with common interest does not only apply to those in the private sector, an obvious example being professional associations. If you are a doctor or an engineer, an accountant or a lawyer, in whichever environment, contribute to the well-being of your profession and enjoy the benefits of doing so. I look back with such good memories of my time around 20 years ago on the council of the Kenya Institute of Management, and for some years as its chairman. I learned so much while helping to place positive leadership on the national agenda, just as I did through promoting the ICT cause at that time. Currently, I'm a member of the Ethics Committee of the Blue Company, which attracts members who commit to neither give nor receive bribes. They then inhabit a common home of trustworthy organizations with whom it is safe to transact. For as the title of Stephen Covey's son's book, The Speed of Trust, summed it up, where there is trust, it is quicker and costs less to do business with one another. Good relationships will be sustained, and through that, the businesses will be sustainable. To revert to my opening theme, there will be less waste of time and money. If you are not in government, do think of having your organization become a member of the Blue Company, as what is needed is critical mass, that greater coalition of the willing. It is why the Blue Company, like the UN Global Compact, has partnered with KEPSA and others. And just a few weeks ago, I invited one of the Blue Company founder directors, Julius Kippengetich, who you know well in Strathmore, to speak to our Rotary Club of Nairobi, where I've been a member since 1978, about its role. While with us, he enjoyed hearing our Rotary four-way test. Of the things we say, think, say, or do, I can never remember it. Of the things we think, say, or do, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it bring goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? Not a bad collection for a common home. Consider also becoming certified by the Global Compact. 3 weeks ago at the book launch of the collection of my articles on ESG and Professor Michael Hopkins' book, CSR and Sustainability, he and I formed part of a panel to discuss these topics. Another panelist was Flora Mutai, the immediate past chair of KEPSA and director of the Global Compact, both here in Kenya and globally. And she spoke eloquently about its broader appeal of issues that promote sustainability beyond anti-corruption, where it encourages businesses to also behave responsibly vis-à-vis the environment, human rights, and labor standards. I moderated the launch of its Kenya chapter in 2017, and since then I've been pleased to see how it has gathered momentum as a force for good in this country. In my time, I have become involved in a number of national peace-building and conflict resolution initiatives, the first of which was in 2004, when a team of us from the private sector offered to mediate between President Kibaki and his people and his coalition partner, Raila, and his. The problem was that Kibaki's side was not keeping to some aspects of the MOU it had signed with Raila prior to the 2002 election. The consequence? The coalition government ministers were being distracted by the resulting feuds between the two factions and was taking its eye off caring for our common home. They had committed to create an enabling environment for the private sector, but due to their internal frictions, they were unable to focus on the jobs for which they had been elected. For 3 months, we listened and we nudged, but no progress was made. We warned the president and his team that unless they softened their position and allowed for a return to win-win, it was how we expressed it, allowed for a return to win-win, the consequences would be severe. In the PowerPoint presentation we made to them, we spelt out that holding on to their win-lose stance would prevent them from seeing through the 2005 referendum on the Constitution. They would face challenges in the next election of 2007, and there could well be civil unrest, much of which Francis Mudhaura writes about in his recently published memoir, A Moving Horizon. We know what happened. The referendum failed, and the 2008 post-election violence erupted following the contentious poll. So sad, so unnecessary, so predicted by us in 2004. It is why I am pleased to be an advisor to the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, which was set up as a consequence of those turbulent days. Before the last election, I connected NCIC to KEPSA's Kenya Daima program to encourage peaceful and responsible behavior before, during, and after the vote. And this is the kind of collaboration I'm always on the lookout for promoting. I'd like to think that in what I'm saying here, I'm preaching to the converted. Otherwise, why would you have chosen to participate in your executive programs at Strathmore Business School, whose mission statement is to develop ethical and transformational leaders through doing what it does? You have been empowered to reach the next level of your transformational leadership. And my challenge to you is to make full use of that gift, not only for your organization and yourself, but way beyond that. You will achieve much more if you pursue your transformational passions with fellow sustainability champions, be they in business and professional member organizations, the Global Compact, the Blue Company, or Rotary, be they in partnership with the good people in government, of whom there are many, or in NGOs, civil society, whatever. And of course, make your contributions to and benefit from Strathmore Business School now as its alumni. We need such collaboration and synergy among those who possess an uplifting purpose if we are to create that critical mass of responsible transformation leaders, that coalition of the willing who can significantly and sustainably influence our society. EACC Chairman Bishop David Oginde recently described Kenya as a valueless society. I think it's an overgeneralization, as my assessment is that, as elsewhere, we have a whole spectrum, from the really good to the really awful, Bishop Oginde's Matatu culture characters, with many in between. Our challenge is to move the needle towards the positive end of the spectrum, and not as isolated individuals, but as members of organizations that in turn partner with as many other organizations as possible. As I have felt ever since I arrived here in Kenya nearly 50 years ago, this is a country of amazing potential. And it is precisely people like you who can contribute towards that uplifting goal. Ladies and gentlemen, as you emerge from your tranquil times in Strathmore, some already some months ago, I'm sure you are well prepared to be even more impactful champions of sustainability as you care for our common homes. Otherwise, why would you have wanted to mingle here? Thank you.
What wonderful remarks. So much experience, you can tell, isn't it? Another round of applause for Mr. Mike Eldon. I'll request to have the VC, Dr. Ogutu, to please present a gift, the African way. And we could take a photo, yeah. Thank you so much. Merci, merci. I will stick to the mercy and not surpass how the dean set the bar. The VC set the bar very high. So I will stick to mercy. So thank you so much, Mike, for just reminding us on the need to maintain win-win situations and transactions when thinking of sustainable businesses in the long run. We will proceed on to the next step. And to help us just understand how we will be issuing the certificates, I'll request Roy to do for us a dry run, just so that we understand how we will have that flow at this stage. Karibu, Roy.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are coming to graduate from the Strathmore Business School Executive Education programs for the first time, this is a very necessary part of the process, and would like you to get it right, because this will remain etched in your memory, in our memories for eternity, probably, when you'll say, that was when my transformation began. Therefore, I will humbly request our Executive Dean, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, and our Deputy Executive Dean, Dr. Angela Ndunge, to assist us in this process. Please come to the stage. Nancy Ndirangu will play the role of a graduate for today. And this is how it works. So I will speak to it, then you will see how she fits into the role. Now, when we call out the graduate by name, the graduate will walk up to the stage. They will greet those awarding the certificate. They will open the certificate for our camera team to capture the moment, and then they will walk down my right side of the stage. Actions tend to speak louder than words. Therefore, at this point, we will demonstrate how this happens. So if I am reading the participants of the Global CEO program, I will say, Nancy Ndirangu, Regional Director of Coca-Cola Company. That is Nancy. Please applaud. Please remember to applaud. As she comes, she greets those awarding the certificate. Then she stands in the middle. And then our team that is capturing the moment, Nancy will wait until she is photographed. She will not move. And please do not move. Then when the photo is taken, the camera lady will give a thumbs up to say that we are good. Then she walks down, she receives a token, and she walks back to where she's going to sit. I hope that is understandable. Thank you very much, Dr. Mwangi. Thank you very much, Dr. Ndunge. And that's how it will happen. It was necessary for us to have that performance so that you can capture it. And when you come, ladies and gentlemen, please bring out your best smiles, because the camera never lies. It will capture all the joy on your face. Before we go into awarding the certificates, we will have another piece of entertainment from Spellcast. It is a song that they said is a song of thanksgiving. It's from South Africa. And so that I do not mispronounce the name, they'll be performing two songs. One of them is called Ukutula, and the other is called Noyana. So I will ask the team to help us carry the microphones to the stage so that they can perform the piece.
And so
Sigo yo y Elisa Nina Hey,
Thank you very much, Spellcast. Thank you for giving us that wonderful piece from South Africa. Please give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are at that point that we have all been waiting for, the issuance of the certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, thank you very much. Now, we will begin with the Hospital Management for Health Professionals program. Part of our demonstration of learning is to actually put that learning into action. Since we all have a script, please take note to check and see how well each of us goes by that script. We'll tell you a bit about this program so that you can appreciate what it's all about. Nancy, you go first.
Okay. So the first program is the Hospital Management for Health Professional Program, HMHP. And this program will transform you as a health professional by equipping you with solid theoretical and practical skills and knowledge in hospital management. which in turn will help you in transferring knowledge from research to policy and community interventions. You will be empowered to become a key player in the way the hospitals of today are managed.
The participants of this program includes doctors, pharmacists, nurses, clinical officers, hospital administrators, whether they're in finance or HR or planning, departmental heads, and administrators in the healthcare sector. At the end of this program, our participants are able to enhance their qualifications as specialists or executive staff members. They're able to take on leadership in the healthcare-related fields once they have completed the course. They're also able to take up active roles in the change process. They get to be taught by international faculty members who have a lot of practical experience. They also get the opportunity to establish relations with other players in the healthcare industry. And by going through this program, the participants also join an international alumni expert program for health professionals.
I am happy to introduce the academic lead director, Dr. Ben Goye, to come to the front to support with the issuance of certificates, as well as Paul Ouma, if he's present. Okay, seems to have stepped out. Professor Okaro, don't mind, thank you so much. Then I want to request Geoffrey Ombati, who is the program manager, to support with the calling of the graduates. Thank you.
All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Okay, I'm not Geoffrey Ombati, I'm Boniface, and the one who is gonna read the names for HMHP. Much have been said about the program, but I will only add one thing we agreed on with the team. We will be the change you want to see in healthcare sector. And allow me to call the name of our delegates. And we start with Ngamao Mbao. Ngamao Mbao is a nurse. Okay. Next, we have Michael Muley. Then followed by Christina Dagire. Okay, thank you. Followed by Juliet Wanjiko Chege. Then next on stage, we have Sylvia Nikita. Followed by Mercy Nyakeo. Then next on stage, we have Wilson Njero. Then we have Jared McKay. And last but not least, followed by Angela Wanjero. All right. All right, congratulations, team. Before I call upon our class rep, allow me to congratulate the following in absentia. We have Maria Naktende. Congratulations. We have Evans Karaoke. Congratulations. Then we have Dr. Jackson Motesia. Congratulations. Rose Chepto. Then we have Dr. Dennis Rabin, Sharon Chepgeno, Patricia Sikobe, Davis Kimweri, and Collins Kibet. Thank you. Allow me to call upon our class president, Dr. Wilson Njero, to give us a few remarks on behalf of the class. Dr. Njero?
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, our honorable members of the faculty, proud families and friends as well, and last but not least, our graduates of today, ut omnes unum sint, that they all may be one, that we all may be one today. I am very honored to stand in front of this podium, in front of so many people, more than I expected. I want to say that myself and my classmates, we have had a very good run. We are very pleased by the outcome of this entire process. One thing that we have come to understand is that Africa as a whole is a continent right now that does not need to be lagging behind anymore, but rather we need to be part and parcel of the process of evoking and running change in the world. We cannot consider ourselves a third world country anymore. And myself, as a doctor in healthcare, I want to believe that each and every one of us here today can contribute so much more than they think they can in moving the country and the continent forward to meet the demands of our people. What I want to say to make this speech very brief is that yes, we have come, we have saw, we have conquered knowledge, but if there's one thing that is more powerful than knowledge, is applied knowledge. So to start with my classmates from HMHP, please go out there. Do not forget to apply, implement, and execute this knowledge. Otherwise, it will not be any use to you or anyone else. Last but not least, I want Strathmore to know that I'll be back because I've had a good time. And I want especially to say that if not for anything else, the food here is great. So I'll come back for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and congratulations to the graduating class. We now go to the Managing Healthcare Business Program. Ladies and gentlemen, we would wish to request that we cheer each other on as much as possible on the stage. I assure you, when you're on stage, we will also cheer for you. Let us support each other in this exercise. Managing Healthcare Business. What's this program about? It's a program that builds on a combination of the established strength of business leadership, management, and entrepreneurship courses offered by subject matter experts, as well as experiential learning through industry leaders with local, regional, and international perspectives.
The profile for this program, the participants are expected, and it's targeted towards individuals who run healthcare businesses as owners, managers, or employees, owner investors, or investors of existing healthcare facilities, healthcare and non-healthcare oriented persons who are also interested in starting healthcare related businesses.
To assist us in awarding these certificates, I will call upon the Director of the Institute of Healthcare Management, Professor Gilbert Kokwaro, who will be assisted by Dr. Majid Twahir to award the certificates, and the Program Manager of the Managing Healthcare Business Program, Mr. Geoffrey Ombati, will read out the names. Welcome, Professor Kokwaro. Welcome, Dr. Majid. Thank you.
Our chief guests, the Vice Chancellor, our Executive Dean, our Deputy Executive Dean, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to present to you the Managing Healthcare Businesses class of 2023. These are business owners and managers of various businesses, enterprises that have gone through a rigorous program in executive management. And it is our belief and our convictions that we have prepared them well to be the drivers of change in healthcare management. To start us off, I would like to invite here Mr. Michael Nzivo, Finance Director, Henry Maisha, to present. I present you for conferment. I could wish to call upon Dr. Jacqueline Mulunda, Head of Surgery Division, Oasis Specialist Hospital, Kisii. I call upon Dr. Loslin Marangachi, Head of Pediatrician, Oasis Hospital, Kakamega. I call upon Salma Achieng Swale, Managing Director, Star Hospital, Kisumu. I call upon Dr. Maslin Kerubo, Chief Radiologist, Oasis Healthcare Group, Kisii. I call upon Molin Angela Malo, Director, Covenant Medical Center, Meru. I call upon Mary Wangui Ndwiga, Owner Manager running Health Lithium. The following members I call upon Dr. Grace Anyensha, consultants, pediatrician, and head of medical division, Oasis Hospital. The one to close for us the list here is our young, brilliant president for the class and the secretary of the board, NC Maisha Hospital, Lenel Odhiambo. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I therefore give this opportunity to our brilliant young president of MHP class 2023 to make remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty, and accomplished graduates, all protocol observed, good morning. My name is Renee Wena, Managing Health Business 2023 cohort. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey as we gather to celebrate the culmination of hard work, dedication, and resilience throughout the business executive course. Each graduate before us has demonstrated a remarkable commitment to honing their skills and expanding their knowledge in the dynamic world of business. As we reflect on the challenges overcome and the triumphs achieved, let us acknowledge that education is a lifelong pursuit. The skills and insights gained during this course are not just for the moment, but are tools to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of the business world. True leadership is not only about reaching personal summits, but also about uplifting others. As business executives, our actions will impact not only our own trajectory, but also the trajectory of those around us. Strive for success, but do so with an awareness of the responsibility that success brings. Adaptability is the secret weapon in a world that is in constant flux. The ability to navigate uncertainty, learn from challenges, and pivot when necessary will set you apart. It is not the strongest or the most intelligent who survive, but those who can adapt to change. Congratulations, graduates, on reaching the pivotal moment. The business world awaits your unique contributions. Go forth with confidence, integrity, and a hunger for continuous learning. The journey ahead is exciting, and I have full faith that each and every one of you will leave an indelible mark on the business landscapes you're involved in. Thank you, and may your futures be as bright as the potential you carry within you. Thank you.
Thank you, graduates. We're on to the next program, which is the Leading High-Performing Healthcare Organizations Program, in short, LIHO. So at the face of healthcare, where it's dynamic and more complex than ever with technological innovations, new treatments, new laws and regulations, and new types of healthcare service models, healthcare delivery leaders must be able to evaluate and understand the impact of different delivery models and major service delivery programs. The course takes a funnel approach, starting globally and generally through healthcare environment and managing the institutions and ending at managing the individual.
In recognition of the special needs of senior leaders in this sector, Strathmore Business School implements this senior leadership curriculum for senior and mid-level management in all sectors of healthcare, both public, private, and non-governmental organizations.
I'm happy to call once again the academic director, Dr. Majid, to the floor, as well as Paul Ouma to support with the issuance. And I'll also want to invite the program manager to support with the calling of names. Geoffrey. Oh,
thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to call upon the graduates for the leading high-performing healthcare organization. We have changed the scope of this program to be able to respond to the market dynamics. So from next year, we're calling this program Advanced Managing Healthcare Program. And we'll be targeting people in policy space to be able to drive change in healthcare space. To open for us this list of graduates, I call upon Obed Ankwenyi, the Director of Operations, Bristol Park Hospital. I call upon Dr. Caroline Nyamisa Onchonga, Head of Clinical Services, Oasis Hospital. The following members were candidates for this class, but they were unable to join us physically for this graduation, but they are following online. We have Dr. Joseph Nyaga Njagi, Head of Surgery, Bristol Third Park Hospital, Parklands. We have Anthony Kilagu Musheru, Head of Quality Services, Bristol Park Hospital. We have Samson Mwangi, Head Finance Director, Equity Afia Group. Those are our members of this class, the leading high-performing healthcare organization 2023 class. And I call upon the president of the class to make our remarks.
Good morning, our esteemed faculty, honored guests, and fellow graduates. Today I stand here to mark the end of our journey for the course that we undertook, leading highly performing healthcare organizations. During our time together, we had a sense of growth and transformation. The course for us was not just lessons, it has been a catalyst for change. We have acquired knowledge that has broadened our horizons and provided us with skills to navigate the complex world of healthcare business. We have the confidence that we can be able to handle this. And in our time here, we have witnessed also the true magic of that transpires when collaborations thrive. We had a very rich faculty. We had very good projects, case studies. The group discussions brought about the essence of having broadened minds and having the sense of collaboration to give us remarkable outcomes. We have tackled complex problems, finding innovative solutions that could shape the future of healthcare. And they have not only amplified our impact, but they have also forged the bonds that will endure long after we leave these halls. So I want to take this moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the faculty, staff, the mentors, and the coaches who have nurtured and guided us throughout this journey. Your unwavering support, wisdom, and mentorship have been instrumental in our growth, and we are deeply appreciative. For the Leo class, we were the smallest. We were only a group of 5, but the interactions were quite transformational. And as we conclude this chapter of our lives today, let us step forward with confidence, the courage, and the insatiable thirst for lifelong learning. We definitely hope that we'll come back for another program, since this one was extremely transformational for us. And we live here with confidence, courage to lead our organization to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. We indeed hope that you will be back sooner rather than later. One of our values is lifelong learning, and learning never ends. Even for those of us who work here, we never get enough of the learning opportunities that are in Strathmore.
They actually say the moment you step into Strathmore, you always want to come back again and again. Yeah.
And it's very true. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start going across the regions and the continent, and we will be awarding certificates for the Leadership, Management, and Governance program. This program has been developed to address the challenges of malaria in the continent. Strathmore Business School was awarded a grant by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to facilitate leadership, management, and governance training to the senior leadership of healthcare professionals and practitioners in the ministries of health in 6 African countries. We are talking about Kenya, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Rwanda, and Cameroon.
The primary objective of this initiative is to develop and equip leaders and managers of national malaria control program to make effective use of data to inform decision-making, to function effectively in their leadership and management roles, and to be able to attract resources and effectively use those resources to sustainably and cost-effectively manage malaria programs within the African continent.
To assist us issue these certificates, we shall call upon our Executive Dean, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, to carry out this noble task. He shall be assisted by Dr. Ben Goye, who is a principal investigator in this program. We do not know if it was coincidence or intentional, because Dr. Ngoye, from time to time, if you catch him in his pleasant moments, speaks some very good French also. To help us in reading out the names, we have our program manager from the executive education team, Mr. Dennis Omumbwa, who will read out the names for us. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Omumbwa, and indeed I will be the interpreter for the day for this program. I hope you can all hear me. What I would like to first start by doing is to welcome this very special group of people who have come all the way to Kenya. Maybe we can tell them hello. So in unison, when I say 3, we say bonjour. All right? 1, 2, 3. Bonjour. Excellent. And they say bonjour back. Thank you. So I will be switching between English and French for the ease of understanding for everybody. Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. Je serai votre traducteur pour la journée et je vous appelle un par un. Et après, ce sera suivi par un petit speech par votre représentant. And we begin. First, we have from Mali, Dr. Vincent Sanogo. Number 2, we have Madame Aminata Traoré. And third, we have Madame Touré Bassoum Rabiatou Touré. And fourth, we have Madame Koulibaly Assiton Dembélé. And fifth, we have Dr. Chaka Sonogo. And sixth, we have Madame Fadi Touré. And seventh, we have Dr. Madi Sissoko, who is also the class representative. And we have Dr. Nana Umama Sise. And now we have Monsieur Amadou Diarra. And we have Mamadou Konate. Next, we invite Madame Aminata Dite Kondia Sako. Following her, we have Madame Fonta Traoré. And next, we have Dr. Musa Ama. Following him, we have Dr. Tona Olugem. And next we have Dr. Abdraman Zerbo. Following him, we have Dr. Yakuba Songare. And next, we have Madam Umu Diakite. And following her, we have Abdoulaye Kone. And next, we have Yagare Ndiaye. And next, we have Ibrahima Dombele. And next, we have Dr. Yakuba Koulibaly. And next, we have Professor Safiatou Niare Dombo. In absentia, we have Dr. Alimatu Diawara. We congratulate. Next is Dr. Ama Maiga. Dr. Ama? And finally, we have Dali Sibi. Let's give them a big round of applause. And now we're going to have a brief speech by the class representative, Dr. Madi Kisoko, and I will translate after him.
Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, distingués invités, c'est avec une immense fierté et une profonde gratitude que je me tiens devant vous aujourd'hui en tant que représentant de la délégation malienne qui ont consacré leur énergie et leur dévouement et leur expertise à la lutte contre une maladie dévastatrice qu'est le paludisme. En ce jour de célébration, nous marquons non seulement la fin d'une formation ardue, mais également le début d'un changement pour la prévention et la prise en charge du paludisme dans nos pays, le Mali, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Cameroun. Il est impératif pour nous, professionnels de la santé, que nous prenions les rênes de cette lutte en mettant en pratique les connaissances et les compétences que nous avons acquises au cours de cette formation. En tant que responsables de nos différents pays de la lutte contre le paludisme, nous devons être des leaders engagés, prêts à collaborer avec d'autres professionnels au-delà de la santé, nos différents gouvernements, les organisations non gouvernementales, la société civile, pour élaborer des stratégies globales visant à l'élimination du paludisme. En ces jours significatifs, je vous encourage à embrasser vos différents rôles avec détermination et passion. Souvenez-vous de l'impact que vous pouvez avoir sur la vie des individus et des communautés en travaillant pour éradiquer ce fléau. Rappelez-vous que chaque action compte, qu'il s'agisse de diagnostiquer un seul cas, de dispenser un traitement ou de sensibiliser les populations locales. Je remercie Dieu pour nous avoir réunis aujourd'hui pour marquer la fin de cette formation. Je remercie les autorités des différents pays, le Mali, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Cameroun, qui nous a autorisés à participer à cette formation. Mais aussi, je remercie au nom de la délégation malienne les autorités du Kenya pour cette opportunité, mais aussi l'autorisation d'être dans ce beau pays. Je félicite chacun d'entre nous pour avoir suivi cette formation avec assiduité. Alors, pour terminer, je renouvelle l'engagement de l'ensemble des participants à ce processus des différents pays d'accompagner l'université pour de tels projets similaires. Pour mes amis et frères de la Côte d'Ivoire, le rendez-vous est déjà pris pour le mois de janvier, où le Mali viendra prendre sa première canne. Au nom de la délégation du Mali et à mon nom propre, nous demandons pardon à tous pour les désagréments qui auraient survenu de façon volontaire. Bon retour à tous. Je vous remercie.
There was a joke in there, so I hope that I will be able to capture that joke and you will laugh even harder. A round of applause for Dr. Sissoko. I will now translate the speech, which I quickly wrote down. I hope I will do it some justice. Je vais traduire le speech de Dr. Sissoko pour le bénéfice d'anglophones dans cette salle. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and distinguished guests, it is with great pride and profound gratitude that I am here before you today as a representative of the Malian delegation who have sacrificed their time and energy, their devotion and their expertise in the fight against one of the most devastating diseases on our continent, malaria. On this day of celebration, we not only mark the conclusion of an arduous program, but also the beginning of a change in the fight against malaria in our countries, Mali, Ivory Coast, and Cameroon. It is vital that, as healthcare professionals, that we take the lead in this fight by putting to practical use our newly acquired skills and knowledge acquired during the course of this program. As those who are responsible for the fight against malaria in our countries, we must become engaged leaders who are ready to collaborate with other healthcare professionals, governments, non-governmental organizations, and civil societies to elaborate on the global strategies that are aimed at ending the scourge of this deadly disease. We have the responsibility to share our knowledge, to inspire colleagues, and to advocate for the mobilization of domestic resources. On this significant day, I encourage you to embrace your role with determination and compassion. Remind yourselves of the impact that you have on the lives of individuals and communities by fighting against the stronghold of malaria. Remember that each action counts, and of the importance of quick diagnosis and the dispensation of effective treatments, or to further sensitize our local populations. I thank God for granting us the opportunity to convene today as we mark the close of this program. We express our gratitude to the Malian authorities who allowed the delegation to participate and contribute to this entire process. We express our gratitude to the Kenyan authorities for granting us access to their beautiful country to participate in this last module of the program. A hearty congratulations to each and every one of you for completing this program with diligence. I shall make two final points. The first point is about the capacity of healthcare professionals and agents to conceive projects, ensure their implementation without relying on external funding, which I can only term as professional voluntarism. I call on each of the participants present here today to perpetuate this altruistic action and to multiply your efforts. The second point is made in respect to the optimism and knowledge that we have acquired during the course of this program, that we can better frame this fight against malaria. To conclude, I renew our collective commitment within all the countries present here today to stand with Strathmore University in future projects and engagements. To our friends from the Ivory Coast, here's a joke. We look forward to seeing you in January, and we will take our first CAD, and we laugh. On behalf of the Malian delegation, we beg for your forgiveness for any disagreements that may have arisen. These were involuntary, and we regret them. We wish you all a safe journey back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Congratulations to the graduating class from Mali. Kindly let us give them another round of applause. As far as my French is concerned, I can only say merci beaucoup, s'il vous plaît, but I am sure Dennis will teach me more. We would like to award the certificates also to the graduating class of the same program, Leadership, Management, and Governance, now from Côte d'Ivoire and Cameroon. To assist us to issue these certificates, I would like to invite our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ogutu, together with the Director of the Institute of Healthcare Management, Professor Gilbert Kokwaro. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ogutu and Professor Kokwaro. And encore, une fois, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter Denis à citer les noms pour nous. Denis, welcome.
A round of applause for the MC Roy. Vous avez bien fait. C'est bien, on apprend tous les jours, non? Excellent. At this time, I'm going to now call the participants from the Ivory Coast, and I will also invite the class representative at the end to give a brief speech. Je vais inviter les participants du Côte d'Ivoire pour recevoir leur certificat un par un. Après, votre représentant va parler. We'll start with Nyongoron Kwasi Ulrich. And next we have Agnon Yofua Jacques. And third, we have Jiro Agba Eme. And next, we have Touré André Pianon. And follow him, we have Oga Agbaya Serge. And following him, we have Aimon Alexis Serge. And next we have Asemon Ya Véronique. And next we have Adouko BC Marie. And following her, we have Dugon B. Gutu. And following him, we have Moro Afwe Cecile. And next we have Ro Yao Serge Patrice Nestor. And next we have Kofi Akisi Jean. And following her, we have Seka Joseph Didier. And next we have Kokrase Ya Colette. And next we have Pongatier Adama Sanogo. And next we have Dakore Madeleine FC Jegging. That one is the new thing. And next we have Luku Serge Pacom. And following, we have Luku Serge. Sorry, we have Konga Orfe FC Kwaku. My apologies. And next we have Aoton Julienne Épouse Gadji. And following her, we have Boma Thérèse Épouse Blé. I don't think they can hear us clapping out there. We have to make it. They've flown all the way here. Next is Atia Konon Akisi Regine. And following, we have Assi Serge Brice. And following him, we have Cassie Kondo Fusions. And following him, we have Kiki Baro Pilcheri Christian. And following her, we have Yepi Armand. And next we have Valérie Marie Désirée Kadi. Following her, we have Abba Yapo Thomas. And next we have Dudu Dini Theodore. And following him, we have Ngesson Tiakfo Landry. And next, we have Kofi Amanon Alphonsine. And following her, we have Koja Ajoba Françoise Épouse Goulan. And next we have Konate Épouse Touré Abibatou. And next we have Dago Niaroro Alain. And following, we have Bedia Aqua Valérie Epse Tano. Okay, it's not missing. And we have Tano, comment? We have Monsieur Tano Comment Dominique. Now we have two special representatives from the Ivory Coast, from the Ministry of Health. There's two of them. On a deux représentants spéciaux du ministère de la Santé du Côte d'Ivoire. Professeur William Yavo. Et finalement, nous avons, actually, I should say that in English, we have Dr. Tano Mea Antoine. Let's give them a round of applause. That was the Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you and congratulations, félicitations. Now we will have a brief speech from the class representatives, who is also from the ministry, Professor William Yavo.
Okay, thank you very much. I will give my talk in English because this training program is an opportunity for us to improve our English skills. Dear Vice Chancellor of Strathmore University, dear Executive Dean, dear Deputy Dean, dear academic directors, dear graduates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the Minister of Health of Côte d'Ivoire, who gave his strong support for this training program and his permission to us to be here in Nairobi, and particularly in this world-class university, Strathmore University, I want to express our great thanks to the authorities of the university, and particularly to the leaders of this training program. Prof. Kokwaro, Dr. Ben Ngoye, all the academic staff and the support staff, also Jackie, James, Cartel, Cynthia. This training program was really a rich journey for us in terms of sharing skills, sharing values like integrity, humility, and also sharing experience. Now we are members of this great alumni family of the University of Strathmore. I would like to assure you on our willingness to drive you the mission of the Strathmore Business School and contribute to build a healthier African continent by reaching the goal of malaria elimination. Together, we can make it. Thank you very much. And may God bless all of you. Asante sana.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Le plaisir est tout le nôtre. Thank you very much. The pleasure is all ours. We have started with Mali, we went to Côte d'Ivoire, and now we are going to Cameroon. Dennis Omumba will do us the pleasure once more to read out the names. I will also call up Dr. Caesar Mwangi to help us to award the certificates, and he will be assisted by Dr. Ben Ngoye. Karibu kabisa, Dr. Mwangi. Dr. Ngoye, please welcome to the stage. Dennis, they're all yours. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Roy. Dr. Mwangi, if we're opening in DRC, we know who we are sending there as the first director, and it wouldn't be me. This is the final part of the LMG program. Just a few from Cameroon. Just a special note is that they graduated earlier in the year in June, and so they won't have a class representative speaking at this time because that's already been done. So we will just invite those who joined this group a little later. On va inviter nos participants du Cameroun et ils n'ont pas de représentants pour cette fois-ci parce qu'ils ont déjà fait leur promotion en juin de cette année. Pour commencer, to start, we have Vougmont Megejo Njua Clemence. Following her, we have Malofan Tabugia Doris. And next, we have Medu Kunu Orphans. And following her, we have Epse Sotako Giselle Solange. Amogo Dominique Olivier. And finally, we have Mota Peugeot Gilbert Serge. And on that bombshell, we say thank you. But before I leave the stage, let me say thank you for indulging us and for following and applauding our guests. I'm here on behalf of their program manager for this program. Her name is Jacqueline. She did all the work.
Merci beaucoup, Dennis. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, Team Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Mali. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate that we have kept you sitting for a while. So I'd like to call Mota. Mota, s'il vous plaît. Viens ici. S'il vous plaît, Mota. Mota would like to teach us a clap. With all the sitting that you have been doing, would like to request that you take a minute or a moment to please rise up. Would love to get the blood to flow. And I would like to confirm that I am not a certified physiotherapist, and therefore I will not give you stretch exercises that you can go back and take back home to utilize. Nevertheless, now that you are standing, I will request that you have your feet slightly apart. I would say the same width as your shoulders. And probably your waist has been a bit tired. Take time to feel your waist. Put your arms on your waist. Then turn to your left as much as possible to see the person who's directly behind you. Hold it for a few seconds. Slowly turn to the right as much as possible to ensure you can see the person who would have been directly behind you. Back to the formal position. And then now I'll invite Mota to lead us through a clap and applause. Please remain standing. Mota, bienvenue.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to call me on this thread. Mes amis de la Côte d'Ivoire, bonjour. Le Mali, bonjour. tout le monde ici présent, bonjour. On va juste faire une petite acclamation pour remercier l'Université Strathmore de tout le sacrifice, tout le dévouement, à nous former, à mettre de l'énergie à former des leaders africains comme ils le font. Merci beaucoup, merci. Mogoba, Mogoba. Mogoba, Mogoba. Mogoba, Mogoba. Un petit cadeau. Thank you, Strathmore.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muta. There's some people who have been gotten off guard and who are continuing with the same rhythm. Did you know out of 54 countries in Africa, 29 are French speaking? 29 are French speaking. So as Strathmore, when we say we are leading world-class business school, transforming and spearheading Africa's transformation, then we can see we have started that journey. So thank you so much to the entire team. We'll be proceeding with some entertainment and have the next group prepare. Thank you.
I see the beauty of a motherland. I see the beauty of a motherland. I see the magic of a motherland. I see the magic of a motherland. Chori ki sanga chamona kuna kamba. Sanga chamona kuna kamba. Chori ki sanga chamona kuna kamba. Chori ki sanga chamona kuna kamba. Choni kisanga shamona
The next group will be graduating is the Executive Coaching for Managers program. And this program has become an integral part of management and leadership. It is mandatory that managerial skills and that every leader embraces coaching skills for their managers. So this program is a unique program that combines training in coaching skills for executives, as well as tested leading high-performing team strategies.
It provides today's program managers with additional skills that enables them to connect better with their teams while achieving greatness. The executive coaching program is designed for all those executives who wish to build their knowledge and expertise without interrupting their careers.
The program targets every business leader. So it's not specific on certain levels, but every leader.
To assist us carry out this role, we will request our Deputy Executive Dean, Dr. Angela Ndunge, who is also the Associate Dean in charge of Executive Talent Development, to issue the certificates. She will be assisted by our Director of Support and Administration, Strathmore Business School, Mr. Mureithi Njogu. Karibu, Angela and Mureithi. Thank you very much.
We will be having.
To read out the names, we shall also have the program head of coaching programs, Mrs. Yvette Nsababera, to read out the names for us. Karibu.
Thank you. All protocols observed. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce and celebrate the graduates of the Executive Coaching for Managers program on their remarkable journey on becoming executive coaches. I'll begin. Beatrice Njeru. Daisy Cherotich Saina. Edna Mwendwa Mwema. Lydia Mudoki Ndei. Sister Esther Akinyi. Sister Paris Wanja Mushiri. Last but not least, Paul Ngunyi. Thank you. On behalf of the class, I'll allow Paul to say a few words.
Ladies and gentlemen, appreciating that this is one large, amazing, flat pyramid as presented by our chief guest, allow me to say hi, Mike. Hi, Vincent. Hi, Cesar. Hi, faculty. Hello to our friends and guests who have joined us today. Hello to the graduating team. And of course, a very big congratulations to my colleagues graduating in the Executive Coaching for Managers program. On behalf of my class, my name is Paul Gunyi, and I'm going to observe only two things, then I'm going to sit. The number one I want to observe is that the world is going to be extremely different in the place of work and in humanity in the next 20 years. Same way it is different today from how it was 20 years ago. But the key question this afternoon or morning is, who is the biggest driver of this change of humanity and workspace is going to be? Number one, is it going to be God, the creator? Is it going to be humans? Or is it going to be technology? Many times when we consider this question, we have different divided answers. I want to, on behalf of my class, submit today that the biggest driver of this is humans. Why is it not God? Because God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Why is it not technology? Because the driver of technology is human beings. What this program, the Executive Coaching for Managers, has done for us is to equip us. It is to prepare us. It's to give us skills necessary to help humanity and the workspace to be productive. We note a number of times that humanity is too busy and active with activities. But what we need to push moving forward is human beings full of humanity and productivity. And the number two I want to observe, again on behalf of my class, is that in the business world or in the marketplace, we have always talked of customer being the king. The question is, who is the queen? Now, without the happy and equipped queen, it is not possible to have the king happy. Now, the only person that will make the king happy is the queen, and in the world of work, the queen is the workforce. It is the workers. Again, this program has equipped us very well, and we really appreciate Strathmore Business School for equipping us with skills to help the worker, the workforce, to become more humans, to become happier, to become more fulfilled, and to become more productive at work. We are very glad, therefore, and appreciative of Strathmore Business School leadership, the faculty, and our coaches, Patricia and Marta, wherever they are, and the organizers, the departments, the ECM department, for giving us this opportunity. And now we are very happy to join the alumni of Strathmore Business School. And we are purposeful that we shall be of good use to the alumni and to Strathmore community and to the business community, to Africa and to the world at large. I thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next group is the Owner Manager Program. Did you know that within Strathmore Business School, there is a Strathmore Enterprise Development and Innovation Center? And one of the flagship programs is the Owner Manager Program, which is designed with entrepreneurs in mind. The program will help owner managers to create and capture value as they meet customer needs. The modular program format provides an opportunity for owner managers to step back from the day-to-day demands of running the business and reflect on how to make the business work for them. By the end of the program, participants will develop an organization agenda to guide their business growth and a personal agenda aimed at their own growth and that of important other people and institutions.
Within this Strathmore Enterprise Development and Innovation Center, we have solutions for all types of entrepreneurs. Nevertheless, the profile for the owner-manager program is made up of founders and owners of small and medium enterprises who have an annual turnover of at least 50 million shillings, with at least 5 employees and have been in business for at least 5 years. When the participants join this program, they are helped to learn how to develop long-term strategies, achieve faster and more managed growth, to achieve both professional and personal growth, manage equity stakes, to assess their company's position, to understand the changing local, regional, and international business opportunities, to improve their executive decision-making capabilities and succession planning, something that is ever so necessary in this day and age in our continent, in our country, and in the region. To help us issue these certificates to the entrepreneurs, I would like to call upon the Executive Dean of Strathmore Business School, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, to award the graduate certificates. He will be assisted by one of our faculty members, Ms. Agnes Roro. Karibu to the stage. The names of the participants will be read by the head of the Strathmore Enterprise Development Innovation Center, Ms. Eunice Njogo. Eunice, karibu kabisa. Thank you very much.
Our chief guests, our vice chancellor, our executive dean, our deputy executive dean, members of faculty, all our graduates and our friends, good morning. I want to present to you the captains of industry, the taxpayers, the employment creators, the innovators, and the 30% contributors of our Kenyan economy GDP. A clap for the Owner Manager Program class of 2023. The certificates are not arranged in the order of performance, rather they are arranged alphabetically. I'll start calling. Let us celebrate Adams and Mogeni. Adams and Mogeni is the CEO of FarmMed Solutions Limited from Nairobi, Kenya. Adams, go and succeed. Go and practice, go and succeed. Let us appreciate Adams. The next graduate is Bonaventure Mwagania. Bonaventure Mwagania, congratulations. He is the managing director of Senaco Kenya Limited. They produce flowers in Naivasha, Kenya. Let us appreciate the MD of Senaco Kenya Limited. The next graduate is Caroline Warukira Wambugu. Caroline is the operations director of Obtain Kenya Limited. They sell various products, the kitchen products and the family products that you can use. From Nairobi, Kenya, let us appreciate Caro. Caro, go and succeed. The next person is Daniel David Homeli. Daniel David Homeli is the MD of Turning Global Limited, all the way from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Daniel is doing very great in horticulture. He's feeding Tanzania with agribusiness. Let us appreciate Daniel. The next person is Daniel M. Maina, the managing director of Blue Bubble Home Care Products in Nairobi, Kenya. He sells various products, home care products in Nairobi. Congratulations, Daniel. Go and prosper. Thank you so much. The next graduate is Dorcas Njoroge. Dorcas Njoroge is the managing director of Amera Pharmaceuticals based in Nairobi. Congratulations, Dorcas. Go and succeed. Go and practice and succeed. The next person is Elizabeth Nzani Washira. Elizabeth Nzani Washira is the Chief Executive Officer of Property Zone East Africa Limited, based in Nairobi. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Go and succeed. Go and impact the nation. The next person is Emily Carecchio. Emily Carecchio is the managing director of Top Level Management. Top Level Management, they provide HR solutions to you. All of you, if you need HR, you get from Top Level Management, Nairobi. Congratulations, Emily. Go and succeed. The next person is Dr. Enoch M. Mailu. Dr. Enoch Mailu is the Chief Executive Officer of Sonic Fresh Company Limited in Nairobi and Machakos. He produces agribusiness products, honey. He makes the best honey, and he's also in finance. Congratulations, Dr. Mailu. The next person is Esther W. Kingori in absentia. Esther Kingori is an advocate of High Court and works with Njuguna and Partners Limited. Let us appreciate the advocate. The next person is Eunice Wanjiro Mwangi. Eunice Wanjiro Mwangi is the managing director of Lisa Schools Naivasha. By the way, that school performed extraordinarily well in the recent exams. She's based in Naivasha. Congratulations, Eunice. Go and impact the nation. The next person is Hotesia Nyokabi Gashara. She's the managing director of H&M Investment Limited in Nairobi. H&M Investment Limited are into hardware. They sell everything that you need in construction and interior products. Congratulations, go and prosper. The next person in absentia is James Njuguna Ngunjiri, the managing director of Sumia Supplies based in Nairobi. Let us congratulate James Njuguna in absentia. The next person is my best student, #1 in class. He never ever came late. He finished all his assignments. He was the most obedient in class. Mr. Jeremiah Mwago Karanja, the managing director of Jobuka Logistics Limited, based in Nairobi. He can do all your logistics. If you want to bring something from China, get it from Mombasa and get it to Nairobi. Mr. Jeremiah Mwago is the logistics person that you cannot miss to go to. Jeremiah, go and prosper. Go and succeed, Jeremiah. Congratulations, Jeremiah. Go and prosper. Go and succeed. Go and impact the nation. Thank you so much. The next person is Joel Mwenda Jire. Joel Mwenda Jire is the director of operations at Aspedos Dairy Limited. Aspedos Dairy Limited is based in Murang'a, and they're also here in Nairobi. They make the best yogurts. They make the best dairy products. Congratulations, Joel Mwenda Jire. Go and prosper. Go and succeed. Congratulations. The next person is Kennedy Moremi Gatembi. Kennedy Moremi Gatembi is the managing director of Genva Group Limited, the real estate based in Nairobi. Ukitaka Maguta. Genva will give you Maguta. Land in Kenya, land in Nairobi. Congratulations, go and prosper. The next person is Kenneth Babu Moshiri. Kenneth Babu Moshiri is the Chief Executive Officer of Progressive Credit Limited, based all over the country. Their head office is in Nairobi. They provide financial solutions to the entrepreneurs. Mr. Babu Moshiri, go and succeed. The next person is Leah Catherine Wanja Mwangi. Wanja Mwangi is the managing director of Shepherd School. Shepherd School performed very well in a recent exam. Let us appreciate Shepherd School. Congratulations, Wanja. Go and impact the nation. Congratulations. The next person is Lucy Karaoke in absentia. She's out of the country. She's the managing director of Wembley Queens Import and Export, based in Roiro. Let us clap for Lucy Karaoke. The next person is Margaret Mumbua Kilonzo. Margaret Mumbua Kilonzo is the managing director of the Lani Farm Products, based in Machakos, Kenya. Margaret makes one of the best dairy products, the yogurt. Her yogurts are very sweet. She is impacting the nation. with dairy products. Go and prosper. The next person is Michael Carrier. Michael Carrier of Premier Reality. Premier Reality are selling Megoda, Maguta. And they are based here in Nairobi and also all over the country. Michael, go and succeed. Thank you so much. The next person is Maurice Kibara Njagi. Maurice Kibara Njagi is the Chief Executive Officer of Muhasibu Housing Cooperative Limited. Muhasibu is your financial partner. They have a circle. They have impacted lives of so many entrepreneurs. Maurice, go and succeed. The next person is Muzdalfat Hamisi Othman. She is the CEO of Zenfresh Company Limited, all the way from Zanzibar, Tanzania. And they are selling, they have a fleet of supermarkets in Zanzibar. When you go to Zanzibar, visit Zenfresh. Go and succeed. The next person, all the way from Mombasa, Kenya, is Nicholas Otieno Ochieng. Nicholas Otieno Ochieng is the Managing Director of Marban Engineering. An engineer for you, and he does everything that you need in the engineering work in Mombasa County. Go and embark the nation. The next person is Rita Wanja Moshiri. Rita Wanja Moshiri is the Managing Director of Rita Creations. Rita Creations are big in events. They make events even for the president. Congratulations, Rita. Rita is the MD of Rita Creations based in Nairobi. Go and succeed. Go and embark the nation. The next person is Samuel Karonji Kimani. Samuel Karonji Kimani is the MD of Copeland Shop and Your Basket. It's an e-commerce platform that you can buy anything that you need. Let us support our Kenyan brand, Your Basket. Go and succeed. The next person is Samuel Njoroge Munywa. Samuel Njoroge Munywa is the Managing Director of Gatundia Concrete Limited, all the way from Laikipia. And they are into concrete, they are into construction, they are into hardware products. Go and succeed. The next person is Shanaz Chepkoech Ikram. Shanaz Chepkoech Ikram is the Managing Director of Kailin Motors. They repair, they revamp all your automotives. They are based in Kisumu and they are also big in Nairobi. Congratulations, Shanaz. Go and embark the nation. The next person is Stephen Kanake. Stephen Kanake is the Managing Director of Baraka Credit. Are you broke? Do you need some money? Don't furiza. Baraka Credit is here for you to give you the money that you need to sort yourself out. Go and succeed. The next person is Triza Nduta Karanja. Stephen Nduta Karanja is the Managing Director of Hyssop Interiors Limited, one of our powerful women in construction, that a sector that is dominated by men. Congratulations, Triza. Go and embark the nation. The next person is Victoria Wamboi Mudama. Victoria Wamboi Mudama is the Chief Executive Officer of VISPA, a beauty company that really focuses on women beauty. Do you want to be beautiful? Go to VISPA, you will be beautified. Thank you so much. That was my list. And I want to take this opportunity to call here the Deputy President of the club, Madam Emily Kaletio, to give the remarks on behalf of the class. Thank you, captains of industry. Congratulations. And thank you for filling my class for 2024. I'm very grateful. Madam Emily Kaletio, please come.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here. You can hear the voices of the taxpayers. I clap to them. I'm excited. It's still morning, this morning. Our chief guest, thank you so much for the great speech. our Vice Chancellor, Bwana Ogutu. Thank you so much. And Bwana Dr. Caesar Mwangi, our Executive Dean, and Madam Angela Daktari. Thank you so much. This morning, we are very excited as OMP for the great opportunity that Strathmore has put in place, an opportunity in terms of the content, an opportunity in terms of the faculty, an opportunity in terms of the atmosphere. And my speech is very short. I'll base it on the major color of this day. What is our major color this day? Red. When you look at Strathmore's, the biggest color is also red. And what it stands for are three main things: the blood, the sacrifice of what our taxpayers are doing, the business owners, the love. Thank you. The love that it comes with the kind of opportunities we've put in place for the people that we have employed, for the people that we work with, for the resources that we give, for the products that we produce with love, services that we give with a lot of love. That is what Strathmore stands for, and that is what OMP we were taught. Thank you so much. And the last one is fortitude. Allow me to say that at OMP, we looked at the color red differently. The excitement that it comes of us gelling together as a class. The businesses, I can tell you, that we have done as a team is amazing. We bring these people together. We have brought resources. We have learned from each other. We have created opportunities and even businesses within the class. I can tell you, allow me to say, my classmates, we have teams which have businesses that are formed, not only to be in Kenya, not only to be in Africa, but to be based in the US and in the UK and in the Europe and across the globe. Makofi to my OMP classmates. The other thing, which is the second thing that we are basing our color red on this morning, is the passion. The passion that we did not miss to come to class, apart from few of us. The passion of ensuring that we supported each other. The passion that we put our effort in ensuring that for the 4 modules, for the whole year, we went through the program and we didn't miss. It is amazing and we are happy for this. The other one, which is the third, second last, I'm almost done, is the energy. You've seen the energy in the OMP. The energy did not only come from ourselves, it came from the level of faculty. I can tell you, Bwana Paul, he taught us one day about board, having an advisory board, and I can tell you without fear of what I'm going to say that one of us fired the board. Do you agree with me? Because of the content, because of the value and being shown what that board requires. Allow me to talk about Dr. Majid here. He took us through operations. I'm telling you, sharing with us his level of experience. And what I left with that in that class, from his class, is the level of cannibalism. When he shared about his own experience, what we have been facing as business owners. When we start businesses together, and at the end of the day, what happens? Your partner takes over your business or you fall apart. But we learned when you come together as partners, where most of us were coming together as partners to work together, what are the fundamentals that we should work on? Lastly, but not the least, taking action. Our red color stands for action. Today marks the day of our graduation. It does not mark the day we end. I can tell you, Bwana Caesar, you're going to have lots and lots of my classmates coming back. Allow me to share, the first day I set my foot onto that door was in 2013 for Women in Leadership program. I came back for my master's program. I came back for another program for women supported by USAID. And I'm here for OMP. Makofi kwangu kidogo. And I can tell you that my classmates, the moment they set the door there, the moment they got the faculty, they worked with coaches with a lot of passion. The coaches who sacrificed their time. They came to our business premises. And by the way, if you have a business, if you're planning, if you're smelling to start a business, the moment it reaches whatever Eunice looks for, do not miss to do the OMP program. That is Owners Managers Program. If you have a sister, you have a brother, you've got a spouse, you've got someone you know that they are running a business, we usually say running it the Juakali way, come and get the skills. OMP has taught us to be the people of character. As I end my speech this morning, allow me to say, we are CEOs, we are business owners. Let not the balance sheet dictate who we are. Let not what is in our bank account dictate who we are. We've got a fabric in the society to look at the level of integrity, to look at today's theme, the level of sustainability. Whatever you do, remember, corporate social responsibility does not only go for the big corporates, but it goes to our companies. May God bless you. May God do you great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emily. You have taught us what the color red stands for. Not only have you taught us, we have seen it in the flesh. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Emily, please.
I think if passion was a name, you could tell Emily has the passion, isn't it? And you could tell Eunice has the passion of what she's doing. I was almost registering myself for the Owner Manager program, but thank you so much.
We shall now go to the Program for Management Development. This is a program that focuses on equipping forward-looking managers with leadership skills that are critical for personal growth and for growing others in their organization. Knowing that mid-level managers are indeed the link between the formulation of strategy and its execution, the program is designed to challenge the professionals to open up their minds and find new creative solutions to the business problems that we face on a day-to-day basis.
This program targets middle-level managers. To help us with the issuance of these certificates, I would like to call Dr. James Wambogo, who is an executive fellow here at Strathmore Business School, and Dr. in the coming, Patricia Gashambi, who is the academic director for this program.
To read out the names, we will also call the program manager, Mr. Edwin Papa, to read out the names for us. Karibu.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Nancy. So much pressure to come after Eunice, present names, but nonetheless, we do it. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Le protocole a été respecté. Bonjour. Bonjour. Mabibi na mabwana, itifaki imezingatiwa. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. All right, at least I used the little French that I learned from my good friends Dudu and Asi from Côte d'Ivoire. My name is Edwin Papa Onwonga, and I'll be presenting to us the class of 2023 PMD. I'm delighted at this distinct honor and duty to present to you the all-wonderful and eminent PMD class of 2023, which has attracted attention, attendance, participation, and contribution from at least 3 countries within the region. And I'll just go straight into Index 1. Top on the list, we have Bernard Moura, our very own finance manager at Strathmore Business School. Let's appreciate Bernard in a good way. Thank you. Next to Bernard, we have Charles Kilu, our very own as well, an IT officer at Strathmore University. Charles takes care of our cybersecurity. Next, we have Christine Nyagode coming to us from Windrock International. She's the regional controller. Windrock is a non-profit organization that supports agricultural projects across 46 countries. Let's appreciate Christine there. Next, we have Daniel Muredi coming in from Kahuho Holdings. Daniel is the financial controller. Thank you. Congratulations, Daniel. Next, we have Dora Namialo, all the way from the Pearl of Africa. Congratulations, Dora. Dora is a quality management officer at National Drug Authority of Uganda. Next, we have Dorothy Anjuri. She's the head of health and nutrition, social services at Kenya Red Cross. The French would say Croix Rouge, the Red Cross. Congratulations, Dorothy. Next, we have Faith Nzilani Kasimu coming to us from Evidence Action. She's the regional procurement head. You'll interact with the heads and directors and managers a lot in this list. Congratulations, Faith. Next, we have Godfrey Albert Bahati from Tanzania, the regional procurement, is the advanced analytics head at CRDB Bank, Tanzania. Congratulations, Hongera. Next, we have Juliet Kinya Gitonga. Kinya is a corporate affairs manager, Nation Media Group. We appreciate you, Kinya, and we hope that we appear on the Nation daily tomorrow. Next, we have Kamau Charles Muhia, a finance manager at Strathmore University. We appreciate you, Charles. Up next, we have Lawrence Kaminja Kanyari, manager shares at Family Bank, Kenya. Congratulations, Lawrence. Next, we have Linda Sewe. Linda comes to us from the Rallying Call. She's an engagement and culture officer. We appreciate you. Congratulations, Linda. Next, we have Mercy Muhoro. Mercy is a finance lead at BCG Kenya Limited. Important to note, she's also worked with us here at Dr. Caesar. See what we're giving to the world. Transformation, yeah. Next, we have Michael Morage, an operations manager at Family Bank. Congratulations, Michael. Up next, we have Patrick Kariokin Gige, finance manager at Pioneer Assurance. We appreciate you. Congratulations, Patrick. Up next, also from the Pearl of Africa, we have Peter Kaketo, manager, technical compliance and monitoring at the Energy Regulatory Authority in Uganda. Congratulations, Peter. Next, we have Purity Gikonyo, a retail and banking officer from Family Bank. Hongera, Purity. Up next, we have Rehab Mbogwa, institutional banking officer, also from Family Bank. We appreciate you, Rehab. Congratulations. Next, we have also from Family Bank, a finance manager, Regina Miano. Regina, congratulations. We appreciate you too. Next, also from Family Bank, we have Veronica Mudara. She's now promoted to the head of credit at Family Bank. Let's congratulate her again. We need money anytime. can send her a text, of course, through me. Next, we have Veronica Wanjiro Njugona, Human Resources Officer, also coming in from Family Bank. Let's appreciate Veronica. Up next, we have Vianney Mutiaba, Pricing Manager at the Energy Regulatory Authority, Uganda. Let's appreciate Vianney. Congratulations, Vianney. Next, we have Wanjiro Kimondo. Let's appreciate Wanjiro. She's a Senior Client Manager, Non-Life at the East Africa Reinsurance, and also the Deputy President of the PMD 2023 class. Congratulations, Wanjiro. Last but not least, we have the President himself who will be coming in. We agreed that we have 1 hour of a speech, which is 60 minutes. But after listening to our guest speaker, Mike Eldon, we decided to multiply that by half and then divide it by 10 so that we do 3 minutes. I hope we keep our word, Mr. President. Daniel comes to us from American Tower Corporation. He's the HOD supply chain, the infrastructure support that will make better the shack that Dr. Ogutu talked about earlier this day. Let's appreciate our President, Daniel Odhiambo. Yeah, yes, thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit tall. To the university leadership, the chief guest, to the faculty, to our fellow graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you've been told, my name is Daniel Obonyo. I'm a supply chain professional, but I'm also a quantity surveyor. So I have two professions, two in one. I'm a married man with 4 children. My beautiful wife is up there. And I'm pleased to be here today. Allow me to say a few comments on behalf of the PMD class of 2023, a group of people I've journeyed with since the beginning of this year. When we started, I was expecting to build my professional networks, to learn new skills about leadership. But what I got at the end of it is much more than that. As a bonus, we have created networks, we have built relationships, and much more, we have built memories for the last 1 year. And this, I really appreciate the program for giving us that opportunity. It's therefore a pleasure to stand before you today to say a few things, a few reflections about the program PMD and how it helped as a catalyst towards growth in businesses, to change leaders from being technocrats to more leaders to influence change in places of where we work. Allow me to reflect on 2 or 3 things that I've come across, that I've learned during the year. I've been in classrooms before, of course, better part of my life, but this classroom where I've been this year has been different. For one, I've spent the year, the first week of the year, being taught how to think about myself, being taught me about me, so that I can be a better leader, a better team player, and a change catalyst. The Clarity 4D that we did at the beginning was real game changer for us, because as we know, the change starts from within. And if you don't know yourself, if you don't know your people, you'll not be able to bring change, to influence change, and to bring improvement in our places of work. One of those other things that we have learned is about culture and strategy. And I'm glad the VC talked about it today. We spent a whole week talking about culture and strategy, and how culture is eating strategy for lunch and for breakfast in most organizations. And we had a whole week looking at organizations where culture, bad culture, is making strategy not to work. And even in our own country, Kenya, we had a beautiful some of the name of UDA manifesto, but the bad culture of corruption is eating it up. We are not feeling it today. So to that, we are challenged as leaders to come up with ways of identifying culture, promoting good culture, and addressing it so that all of us can move forward together. As we graduate today, my fellow classmates of 2023, we were taught about culture and about this efficiency in the classroom, but more importantly, we were taken to South Africa, Johannesburg, to experience it live, where strategy and efficiency are working, where people are using innovation to bring change. The experiential aspect of training has been very profound for us. It has been a way of learning that all of us have been able to identify with in our places of work. Over this year, the class I represent today, they have grown in leaps and bounds. They have got promotions already. They've got job expansion, and new jobs have been given to them because of the leadership skill that we have acquired over this period that we've been together. And for that, I want to thank sincerely the faculty and the coaching team of Strathmore University. And we said, Dr. Ngoy, Dr. Patricia, this has been a marvelous program that you have given to us. As we graduate today, to my colleagues, let's go out there and implement what we have learned effectively. As we know, knowledge is no longer power, but effective application of that knowledge is what sets us apart. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next program is a Senior Management Leadership Program. And this program offers a transformational learning experience that prepares the senior executive to assume responsibilities at the highest level as they lead their companies and institutions to achieve sustainable competitive edge.
There are quite a number of benefits of this program, and I'll highlight only those which apply to the individual. It helps our participants to improve their ability to provide informed insights and more effective analysis of key business issues. It enhances their capacity to generate strategic alternatives and implement change. They're able to gain an action-oriented focus on leading people and creating value. There are numerous other benefits for the companies that would send their senior management to this program. To assist us to award the certificates, I will request Dr. Angela Ndunge, together with Dr. Freddie Acosta, to award the certificates to the participants. The names shall be read by the manager, Mr. Clive Asande. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Our chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, the Executive Dean of Strathmore Business School, Deputy Executive Dean, faculty, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, indeed afternoon. It's my honor and pleasure to call out these names for the graduates for the Senior Management Leadership Program for the year 2023. As I've been told, this is one of our flagship programs in the business school, and we are hopeful that these participants are going to have an impact in their societies. I'll start off with a lady who is going to graduate in absentia, our very own Executive Director, People and Culture, Anna Makomu. Please, let's clap for her. Also in absentia, no, I'm informed she's here, Anne Christine Modoni. Sorry, Anne. Anne is the head of partners brands at Kimfe East Africa Limited.
Congratulations, Dan. In absentia, Annette Wanjiko Mburu. Annette is the head of audit at Old Mutual Group East Africa. Anthony Kamau Murugu. Anthony is the assistant manager, electrical and automation engineering at Kengen. Let's clap for him. Beatrice Mundia. Beatrice Mundia, please, let's clap for Beatrice. Beatrice is the Chief Manager, Customer Experience from Kenya Revenue Authority. Congratulations. Brenda Allison Kagonya. Makofi tafadhali. Brenda works for Sima Sacco as a HR and administration manager. She was one of the tallest in the class. Cynthia Lekolol. Cynthia Lekolol works for Central Bank of Kenya. She's the deputy director. Congratulations. Dr. Daniel Mwirigi Mwanjama. Please, let's clap. Don't get tired. I know it's late in the day. So Daktari works for Central Bank of Kenya as a Deputy Director of Research. Congratulations. Daniel S. Munge. Daniel Munge. Daniel works for KRA, the role of a Chief Manager. Congrats. Eunice Wanjiku Njenga. Eunice is the vice president of this year's class, so please let's appreciate her better. Eunice works for KRA also, the chief manager, business development. Thank you, Eunice. Faith Kiara. Faith Kiara works for Kenya Revenue Authority, Chief Manager, Investigations and Enforcement. There's a lot of KRA here, so don't get tired of hearing the KRA name. Faith Kiara. Oh, sorry, Farida. Apologies. Farida, please. Farida Odhiambo. Farida works for Plesner Limited as the head of operations. In absentia, Hezron Kamau Mwangi. Hezron works for Paxis Insurance Company as a claims and legal manager. Next, we have Dr. Isaiah Gitonga Nyaga. Daktari works for KRA as the Chief Manager, Internal Affairs, Investigations. Now, this is a special one. We have Jacqueline Chirenya Mapesa. Madam Mapesa works for KRA as a chief manager. And guess what? Today is her birthday, so I'll appreciate if you could sing for her. Happy birthday. Hey, Mapesa, please come back. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. James Ndege. James Ndege works for KRA as the also chief manager. He was the next tall, actually he was the tallest guy in the class. Thank you. All the way from Uganda, we have Mr. James Ochen. James works for Uganda Breweries Limited as the head of sales and operations. Congratulations, James. John Kinoti Duranira. John works for Safaricom Foundation as a senior manager for the foundation. Congratulations. In absentia, I'd like to appreciate Josephine Jolly Mugure from KRA, also Chief Manager, Budget and Technical Support. Next online, we have Mr. Gadhiru, Josephat Gadhiru. Josephat Gadhiru Gidinji also works for KRA. Next online, we have Judy Njambindichu. Congratulations, Judy. Judy works for Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, as the head of training and performance. Please, let's clap for her. In absentia, we have Laban Kabiru Kagori, General Manager, Farmers Choice. Next online, we have Mary Ambia Wamalwa. Mary works for KRA, Chief Manager, Supply Chain Management. Next, we have Matu Mugo. Oh, sorry. Now you're next, Mr. Mugo. Matu Mugo, please clap for him. Matu works for Central Bank of Kenya, Deputy Director, Bank Supervision. Engineer Monica Anyango Abonyo. Engineer works for Kenya National Highway Authority as the Deputy Director. Congratulations. Moses Ndungu Ngugi. Moses works for Oxfam Somalia as a business support manager. Mwangi Terry Wairimu. Terry works for Sima Sacco as a senior branch manager. Bear with me, we are quite a number. Njeri Mwaniki, please clap for her. Njeri works for Kenya Power and Lighting Corporation, Manager Financial Accounting. Paul Kingori Wanyagi. Paul works for Central Bank of Kenya. He's a director at Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations and well done. Engineer Peter Baraza Maruti. Please clap for engineer. Engineer works for Kenya National Highway Authority as a senior engineer, all the way from Mombasa. Congratulations, engineer. Mr. Peter Washira Maina. Mr. Maina is a principal officer at ICEA Trust Company Limited. And I must say he had a very good presentation. Part of this program, we have participants taking parts in action learning projects, and he had a very good one. We are looking forward for it going to market. Philip Maina. Mr. Maina works for Kenchik Limited as a Chief Commercial Officer. Thank you, Philip. Pius Njiru Nyaga. Pius works for Kenya Revenue Authority. He's also a Chief Manager at KRA. Priscilla Wangari Kangori. Priscilla works for Sima Sacco as the head of credit. Thank you, Priscilla. Salah Adan Abdi. Salah works for Wajir County government, the ECM Finance and Economic Planning. Congratulations, Salah. Mr. Stephen Momanyi. Stephen is one of our own here at Strathmore University. He's the ICT director. Sylvester Ogelo. Sylvester works for KRA as a chief manager. Tabitha Wanjiru Mwangi. Tabitha works for KRA also. She is also a chief manager at KRA. Wycliffe Munyalo. Please clap for Wycliffe. Wycliffe works for KRA as a chief manager. Valentine Odhiambo Mola. Valentine was the class president, so you better clap hard for him. Valentine works in a bank, Habib Bank, Zurich, as the head of commercial banking. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I'd like to congratulate the class. Thank you, Dr. Angela, Dr. Acosta. It's now my pleasure and honor to call upon the president of the class to give his remarks and speech. Thank you very much indeed.
SMLP class of 2023. Hoy! Hoy! That's the energy. Distinguished guests, family and friends, esteemed faculty, administration, and to the graduating class SMLP 2023, good afternoon. Bonjour. Allow me also to recognize my spouse, Tina, and son, Tiro, in the house. My name is Valentine Mola, and I've been privileged to serve as the class president for the great cohort of SMLP 2023. After all the miles and the memories of the last 1 year, I see a brighter future, impactful leadership, for that is the noble undertaking we've given to the faculty, both here in Strathmore and at Nanyang Business School in Singapore. To my fellow graduates, we've been sharpened and equipped with tools of leadership, and now we have more work to do. In your hands as well as mine lies the hope of a new generation of business leaders in which each of us must endeavor to become a pioneer or a catalyst for change in our various organizations. As the great Nelson Mandela said, you can never have an impact on society if you have not changed yourself. We must commit our time and talent, not just to treasures of today, but to frontiers of tomorrow, where new dreams and new hopes and new possibilities are awaiting. We must explore and create blue oceans for tomorrow. Never becoming complacent, as the venerable Professor Wee Chu Ho instructed us in Singapore. When you are in the lead, what do you do? SMP class 2023, you're in the lead, what do? You widen the gap. You remember that. We've learned in classrooms through some of the best-in-class faculties. We've learned through case studies, analyzing real people and real companies, some based far away in faraway lands, but the lessons always bearing local relevance. We've gone through experiential learning, absorbing knowledge from real-life leadership in action. We've learned through syndicate groups, exchanging knowledge and experiences with each other. We've learned through our coaches, probing us into better versions of ourselves in this action-oriented learning process. Along this journey, we've created strong bonds, we've networked, and indeed these networks will increase our net worth. Fellow graduates, how we transition these networks from the classroom to the industry and deliberately maintain them, to me, will be one of the greatest successes from this program. As we leave this place for the last time, we take up work not just making a living, but of making a life. As guided through the wheel of life, let's strive to create and live a balanced life, creating time for friends, family, healthy living, and personal contribution to the society. For again, as the great Nelson Mandela said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we've lived, it is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we've lived. Thank you for giving me the privilege to serve you as the council president. I hope as a council, we've met your expectations. As a bridge to the faculty, the Choma sessions locally in Singapore and in Malaysia have been with real laughter, story, bonding, and we hope to carry this into the future. I thank all the faculty who have made a contribution in transforming us into better leaders for tomorrow. The program facilitators, Gladys, Clive, Angela, thank you so much. The administration, our various companies who extended this learning opportunity to us and to our families. Congratulations, SMLP Class 2023. Thank you and God bless you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And one thing we'd like to remind those of you who are in the class councils, that as a class council, your role does not end when you graduate from the program. As long as you're alumni, the class will be looking up to you for leadership beyond this program, and even when we are engaging in the alumni activities. So thank you very much for accepting that lifelong role as members of the class council. Would now wish to have a bit more entertainment, and Spellcast have decided to take us to the western part of this country, to the Lakeside region, and they have two pieces that they will be performing. These are Luo songs that are encouraging us to pray and to do whatever it is that we're engaged in honestly, just the same way you have done to get to this place. The first song will be called Tingamalo, and the second one will be called Ini Gala Gala. So please give a round of applause for Spellcast as they come onto the stage to entertain us and to reverberate our audience. Thank you very much.
Malo Dalagie Dalamara Omatinga Malo Tera Adiane Dala Adiedala Malo Dalagie Namparo Matingamano, Teda Dianedana, Tingamano, Tinga, Tingamano, Tinga, Tingamano, Tinga, Teda Dianedana, Tingamano, Tinga. Tingamalo, adialelala. Tingamalo,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Spellcast team. Thank you for giving us diversity of entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that we appreciate that you may also have the talent of singing. In the future programs, we will have an opportunity for inviting some of us to also sing here in front. Please give them another round of applause. We are now going to the Women Directors Leadership Program. We have a program for women directors specifically, and this program is an incisive one, which aims at moving the focus from why women should be on boards and C-suite positions to how they should perform for board excellence and leadership effectiveness. It equips women leaders with solid skills and safe networks to enable their ability to overcome key impediments in their professional and corporate spheres. It is also designed to enhance gender intelligence despite the ever-changing scenarios that plague organizations in the current century.
The WDLP program targets women serving on the board, as well as those on C-suite positions seeking to gain a deeper understanding of corporate governance and leadership. To help us with the issuance of certificates, I'd like to call upon the academic director, Kellen Kariuki, as well as the VC, Dr. Vincent Ogutu. We'll also be supported by Angela Amaro, who was the client experience manager for this program. Welcome, Angela.
Wow, just looking at this place, the elegance, the glam, I can say Africa has a bright future if these are the leaders that you have. Leaders who did not stop for being at the top. Leaders who came back to seek knowledge, to sharpen their skills, to make themselves better. Then I have the assurance that Africa indeed has a bright future. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Our delegates from Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Mali, bon après-midi. Comment ça va? All right, mon nom est Angela. Bienvenue au Kenya. Je parle très peu français. Alors, je parlerai en anglais. Merci beaucoup. To you and 100 others, this is what I said in French, that my name is Angela Omaro. I work here. I sit at the Client Experience Office, and I am the program manager for Women Directors Leadership Program. And I am privileged this afternoon to call out 23 wonderful women who went through the Women Directors Leadership Program. An amazing program that began here at Strathmore Business School in March. We had our second module in the UK, where we had partnered with one of the top universities in the UK, the Cranfield School of Management. Then we had our last module in Amboseli here in Kenya. I am also privileged to call out names for participants for class 2021, 2022, and 2023. I will start with 2021. And the first participant I'm going to call out is Catherine Gitonga. Catherine Gitonga is the CEO of Smart Regional Consultant. And I'm not sure if we should double the celebration, because her son was the top student in KCPE 2023. A clear indication of strategy at the home front. The next participant I'm going to call is Florence Murerwa, who's not here. She is the group head human resource of Transcentury PLC. Please, let's celebrate her. Next, we have Dr. Fresha Waweru Mugo. Dr. Fresha Waweru Mugo is the director of CMA. If you look keenly at her profile, she studied in Korea and she's a perfectionist, and she's so proud to say that. And we can attest, as we work with her, that she is one. Next, we have Jacqueline K. Karachi, who is the head of regional marketing in Kwajen. Congratulations, Jacqueline Karachi. Next, we have Linda Karimi. Head of Finance Kenya Nation Media Group. Congratulations, Linda. Next, we have Phyllis Njeri Gashau, Group Head of Corporate Affairs in IR Transcentury PLC. So Phyllis is a woman of valor, full of wisdom. And the first time I interacted with her was in the UK. And I was told before I met her that if anything goes wrong, ask Phyllis to help you. And indeed, she was of assistance throughout the entire stay in the UK. She's also the class president of 2021. So we moved to 2022, and I'm going to call out on Bonio Kumu. Unfortunately, we cannot have her here. She was here very early in the morning. She was among the first people to come in here, but she fell sick and she had to go back home. But we still are not limited. You're going to celebrate her. She's an amazing lady from KCB. She is the group counsel of KCB Group. And even in her illness, she still made jokes and told us just right now that, you know, guys, I don't eat lamb. We asked why. She said, because lamb is a pet. You all know Mary had a little lamb. So that's why she doesn't eat lamb. All right, so we move to 2022 and you have Caroline Buana, who's also graduating in absentia. Let's celebrate Caroline Buana. And we have Jen Muiruri with us, Head of Human Resources, Nation Media Group. So Jen is a ball of energy, from her voice to the way she interacts with us. She is the energy we needed all through the program. In absentia, we're also going to graduate Lina Nyokabi Githuka, who is the Managing Director of Kenya Wine Agencies Limited. She was not able to make it today, but I will read her message. She said, WGLP is one of the great benefits of WGLP, amongst others, is the connections that I formed. So congratulations, Lina. We're also going to graduate Mercy Kiru Wanjao in absentia. She's the secretary to the cabinet government of Kenya. She was not able to make it. Let's congratulate her. We have Piris Wanjiru Mugugu. She is the director at B Dazaled Events Limited. Congratulations. We moved to 2023, and the first participant I'll call on board is Julian Kamau. Julian Kamau is the CEO of Pecuniary Support Services. Congratulations, Julian. Next, we have Karen Kiambi, who is the head of FinTech. So Karen Kiambi is the head of FinTech in Data Integrated Limited. Congratulations. We have Leah Gioche. So Leah Gioche is the country director of CARE International. Congratulations. Next, we have Leah Muriu. Congratulations, Leah Muriu. She is the People Director, Africa in Inchcape PLC. Next is Lynette Mirehane. So Lynette Mirehane is the council member of KSG. Congratulations, Lynette. We have Magdalene W. Kariuki. Magdalene is the Associate Director in Africa Practice Limited. Congratulations. All right, we have Monica Ndungu Nduru. She is the COO of Nation Media Group. Congratulations. Rachel Mwirigi. Congratulations. Rachel is the Managing Director of Exact Experiential Agency Limited. Next, we have Rachel Wanjiku Maina. This is how close we get to power. She is the Secretary Infrastructure and the Executive Office of the President. Literally close to power. Next, we have Winfred N. Mbugwa. So Winfred is the Sales Director of Specicom Technologies. Last but not least, we have Winnie Partet, who is a director at Britam. So as I take back my seat, I want to thank you all the graduates for choosing Strathmore as your knowledge provider. Thank you for actualizing our vision of transforming Africa through virtuous leadership. I now call upon the class president, Phyllis, to come and give us a speech. Thank you.
You better clap. So, class of 2023, whoop, 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 whoop. Well done, well done. I had like a 5-page speech, but I am between you and lunch, so I shall just squeeze it. But I'm so glad to be here. My very good friend, Mike Eldon, was the guest speaker. This is a very, very good friend of mine, if you didn't know. We are buddies, we visit each other. That's how much we are friends. And I'm so glad and excited. All protocols observed. I'm delighted and privileged to be the one to represent the class of 2023. However, I was in the class of 2021, and we shall not explain how come now I'm in 2023, but the rest is history. I want to recognize Magdalene Karaoke, who's actually the president for 2023, and Lina Githuka in absentia, who's the president for 2021. The journey we've been through has been exhilarating. I think we've learned a lot from the faculty, people like Kellen, the experience of people like Mike, people like Martin Oduor, Marion Gathoga. We have learned a lot in this class. Then we went to the UK and met such amazing faculty there. We were taught things like the glass cliff, which we are all avoiding. We went and met the board of Standard Chartered, and were able to see how governance can be done there. And we saw the similarities. And there was something very interesting that came out from the UK. And ladies, you need to listen to this. We talked about diversity, and we talked about diversity in a lot of detail. And you all know how much diversity is a buzzword here. But in the UK, prepare for this. Menopause must be considered. You see, all the men looked up. How dare she talk about menopause? We shall now talk about menopause in the boardroom. We shall talk about it because it's a season that ought to be recognized. Clap for that, ladies. So we learned about how to bring our full self in the boardroom so that we can bring our authentic selves. We don't leave anything behind. We learned how to balance our life. It's not about balance, it's about work-life integration, because as board directors, we need that. We learned how to lead our boards with governance and how to ensure that we bring all this onto the board and even into the home front. As I thought of what to say today, I was reminded, however, that we are a privileged lot. All of you people here are a privileged lot, and please hear me. You are the less than 5% of this country that have gone to college. And so you're so privileged, and that privilege comes at a price. It is very, very blinding when you sit around this table because everybody looks like this. They are all college graduates, they are all speak so well, but that's not a representation of our country. And so we are as weak as our weakest link. If there is a girl right now who has not gone to school, she will drag us down. If there is a young boy who's not going to school and is going to take care of sheep, he will drag us down. So we must lift each other. So today I challenge all of you as I end my speech, because I've really cut it. Ask yourself, who am I lifting today? Who am I sponsoring so that they can lift higher? Because it doesn't matter how wonderful we look here. If we still have people who cannot make a difference in this country, we cannot succeed. Lift others. Now, I am a bishop in my other life. And so I will leave you with the words of Proverbs 19:2. Enthusiasm without knowledge is not good. So it doesn't matter how much you are enthusiastic, we must increase in knowledge. Amen? Be blessed.
Thank you very much, Phyllis. Thank you for reminding us how dangerous enthusiasm is without knowledge. We shall indeed take the cue and make sure that we grow and increase our knowledge. Please give her another round of applause. Our next program is the Advanced Management Program, East Africa, or what we refer to as AMP. This program provides a very invaluable opportunity to learn from indeed high caliber faculty members, to interact with a group of senior level peers and strengthen leadership skills, broaden your vision of business, accommodate the challenges and opportunities of today's global business environment, while emphasizing the human and ethical roots of management. It helps the business leaders to develop both professional and personal capabilities required to successfully meet their professional endeavors. Our faculty members come from 3 top institutions: the Strathmore Business School, the China-Europe International Business School, and Yese Business School. These faculty guide participants to gain a most comprehensive view of business, with the distinct needs of business leaders in Africa kept very sharply in focus.
This program targets CEOs and executive directors from private and public boards and sectors with at least 10 years of senior management experience. I'd like to invite the Executive Vice Dean, Dr. Angela Dunge, as well as the Academic Director, Dr. James Wambogo, to support us with issuing of the certificates. Also within the team, I'd like to invite Emily Akot to support us with calling out of the names. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Congratulations to the AMP class of 2023. This is the 17th AMP graduating class. This has been an exciting journey where we have learned together, shared together, and risen above our challenges together. The commitment the class has shown throughout this program is a demonstration of their commitment to develop sustainable businesses in Africa. We continue to encourage you in your leadership journey, and we thank you for choosing Strathmore University Business School to be your trusted knowledge partner. First, I would like to call upon
Alfred Balikagira, who is the Commercial Director at Serengeti Breweries Limited. Next, we have Anthony Morioki Munyiri, who's the National Chairman of the National Social Security Fund. Next, we have Dennis Musau, who is the Chief Finance and Value Officer at Stanbic Bank, Kenya. Next, we have our very own senior faculty, Dr. Ben Goe of Strathmore University Business School. Next in line is Dr. Edward Karanja, who is a lead consultant at Eddie's Consulting Group. Next, we have Dr. Gideon Muhua, who recently received his doctorate. He's the Deputy Commissioner at Kenya Revenue Authority. Next, we have Dr. Emma Omwenga, who is the Deputy Commissioner, Corporate Support Services and Human Resources at Kenya Revenue Authority. Next in line is Emmy Hashakimana from Uganda, who is the Commercial Director at Uganda Breweries Limited. Next, we have Engineer Joseph Kamau, who is the Acting CEO at Athi Waterworks Development Agency. Next is Eric Murai, who is the Company Secretary and Chief Legal Officer at Family Bank Limited. Next, we have Engineer Eric Obudo, who is the Group Head of Processing and Engineering at Kenya Seed Company. Next is Flora Makule, who is the Chief Finance Officer at Reliance Insurance Company, all the way in Tanzania. Next is George Kubai, who is the Managing Director at Agricultural Finance Corporation. Next in line is Grace Wandera, who is the Deputy Commissioner, Marketing and Communications at Kenya Revenue Authority. Next is Grace Karaoke, who is the Regional Coordinator, Central Region at Kenya Revenue Authority. Next, we have Isabella Maganga, all the way from Tanzania. She's the Managing Director of Equity Bank Tanzania. Next, we have James Sogoti, who's the General Manager Commercial at Nation Media Group in Nairobi. Next, we have Jeremiah Mutisia, who's the Group CEO at Basecamp Explorer Kenya Limited. He is also the class president. Next, we have John Dugi, who is the Chief Operations Officer at Family Bank. Next in line is Josephine Manyasi, who is the Deputy Commissioner, Cargo Scanning and Monitoring at Kenya Revenue Authority. Next is Mary Runana, who is the Group Head of Compliance at Stanbic Bank, Kenya. Next is Michael Kimotho, who is the Director, Finance and Strategy, the Waterworks Development. Zhao, who was recently and CEO of Family Bank. Next is Paris Deputy Commissioner, Internal Audit at Kenya Revenue Authority. Next in line is Simeon Rugut, who is the Group Finance and Strategy Director at Kenya Tea Development Agency. Next in line is Solomon Atsiaya, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Kenya National Police Sacco Society. And finally, we have Winnie Waweru, who is the Global Head of Program Finance at MasterCard Foundation. At this juncture, I now call upon the class president, Mr. Jeremiah Mutisia, to give his class remarks. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Emily. MP oye. Mpo. Thank you very much. The chief guest, the vice chancellor, the executive dean, faculty, graduates, friends, colleagues, and everybody. Good afternoon. Habari ya jioni. My name is Jeremiah Mutisia, and I'm the president of the class. I'll be very brief. I was given a very special instructions, but I want to start with the easiest part, which is probably to respond to the OMP class. They had a lot of energy, and they gave us a challenge. OMP, are you there? And the challenge was, you're paying taxes. And I wanted to start with a reassurance, when a VC, if you allow me, and the reassurance is, in the class that we are in, that I lead, there are about 5 deputy commissioners from KRA. And And I want to assume they are quite senior. And in the class that I lead, there are about a number of CEOs and quite senior people in there. And one of the modules we have had outside the class is our money safe. So OMP, are you answered? And you've gotten the reassurance. So we gather here today to celebrate success, to mark the end of weeks, months, and a year long filled with meaningful interactions, value sharing, learnings, and certainly lifelong impacts. We do have created lifelong impacts. This also marks the beginning of a continuous learning journey. I think we've been challenged here a number of times to keep on learning for all of us when it comes to realization that there's so much out there that we can do. And for sure, we've learned that. We have learned to contribute to change, and to contribute to impact. It has been an eye-opener for all of us, and to traverse Africa and Europe in search of knowledge. I'll come back to that. We gather here today to first congratulate Strathmore Business School. Well done. And why? Because of this remarkable milestone, and to express our happiness for being part of a special group that has had the privilege. You talked about privilege, Wanavisi. We feel we have been privileged. We know that since 2006, the AMP program, the program that we were part of, has exposed hundreds of senior executives, hundreds of them. It certainly reckons that as one of the best tools in the region that Strathmore Business School has used. A tool to make the needed change, a tool to create the impact that the society needs. We feel happy to be part of that tool. So thank you very much. We are glad to join SBS in spearheading Africa's transformation and developing ethical and transformational leaders. We feel we have achieved that, and will continue to support you in your vision. We felt it, we lived it every day, and we live here today transformed. We gather here to celebrate thousands of graduates under many programs, but certainly about 32 under the AMP program. And we are drawn from all the sectors in the region and professions. We come from East Africa largely, both Kenya, not only Kenya, but Tanzania and Uganda. And most importantly today, we want to celebrate inclusion, which has enabled us to appreciate and value one another. The Advanced Management Program offers an invaluable opportunity for all of us to learn from high caliber faculty members. Thank you. And also to learn from each other. This program, we believe, is designed to propel us as leaders onto the global arena. And onto that global arena, we feel we have been propelled. So thank you very much. Now, allow me to be a little bit fun now, because this program has 4 modules, and we've gone through all of them, have we not? And these modules are made to have some fun, but also to be a bit hard. So I'll take you through module 1, 2, and 3, and 4, just quickly, and then I end there. So module 1, which was here in Kenya, exactly in Strathmore Business School, started quite easily. The easiest part is get to know each other. What do you do? Where do you come from? And how many people do you lead? And I can tell you that lived to be the only easiest part of the program. What followed thereafter, Dr. Angela, was everything else around our development. We quickly were ushered into self-awareness tests. I think the senior management team talked about self-awareness. And we quickly realized that as leaders, in most cases, we are not ready to be told the truth about ourselves. But we want to thank Strathmore Business School because through this program, we were able to realize ourselves, our personalities, what we stand for. There was a session we did in one of the classrooms down there, or lecture halls. And I think, if I remember well, Dr. Angela, you remember how the faces were. Because you could see people look at a paper and they start to calculate. Am I creative? Am I reactive? Is it bad to be creative or reactive? Am I controlling? Am I protecting? But at the end of the day, we came out changed and aware of ourselves. And I'm sure that is a turning point for many of us. And we are going to use that skill for the long. We were exposed to different, thank you. We were exposed to different business concepts, decision-making, stakeholder management, and a lot of exposure. But a take home from module 1 was actually the organizational soul. We realized at the end of it that the organization has a soul. And today, we know as leaders, we have to take care of that soul. And having known that and conquered Kenya, off we went to Ghana, Accra. Accra was easy. Ghana was easy on us. Colleagues will agree with me that this was really a special one. We knew each other very well. We had a success, but there was one simple success, that success factor that we realized. We realized the power of abridged versions of cases. We discovered that cases can be shortened from 300 pages to 10 pages and one table at the end. And for sure, we had fun in Ghana. Thank you to the SIBS team in Ghana. The highlight of that module in Ghana was the discovery of the real truth. The geopolitics, how Africa is far from Africa. We quickly realized that there are undrawn bold lines that divide the continent. But we also realized quickly that we had a value and opportunity to play in changing where Africa is heading. And that was a great realization. We were exposed to one of the most real cases, as I call it, and my colleagues will agree with me, in Ghana, or at least in the West. And that's a local company, it's a chocolate company, that is operating in Ghana, but it's actually being able to export their skills and services and products to the US, right from Ghana. That was a real realization. And I'm sure it will be an eye-opener for most of us. To us, Ghana was an oasis in the desert, and we really celebrate that module. Before we left, we had the Cape Coast, and we enjoyed going back to time and understanding where Africa has come from, and for sure that history will stay with us. We shopped, we had fun, we came home powerful, knowledgeable, but most importantly, colorful. I believe every one of us has a kitenge. In Ghana, they call it kente. If it were not for the rules under Strathmore Business School, today we would be wearing our yellow Ghanaian attire called kente. So we were Africa graduates and specialists, and we came back to Kenya ready for the world. And we quickly moved on to Barcelona. Yes, and yes, was good to us. We were more relaxed there. The school had really good modules. We were able to interact with some of the best cases in the world. Also realities around changing, being able to build your skills from within. We all remember La Masia for my colleagues. We were able to think beyond the norm. We all remember Shoulder is Hospital. I'm sure you're challenged. And we were taught how to improve and improve and improve and put yourself in the shoes of the other side. Now, there's a small challenge here. I'm almost finished. The challenge is we did a very stimulating exercise called Lego game. Did I say Lego game? And what happened was that in that exercise, it happened naturally. Most of the CEOs and presidents and consultants were our friends from Nigeria. And Kenyans were the workers. It was, I leave it there. It was an interesting module. So my plea is next time, let's try turn it around. I did say that as long as we felt we had conquered Africa, when we got to Ghana, when we got to Barcelona, we discovered a fourth module. We were joined by 34 of our colleagues from Lagos Business School. My colleagues will agree with me that was a module 4. But we survived and came back home. And we were questioning ourselves, do we need a module 4 really? And why? We felt we had conquered, we had discovered ourselves in that room. We had conquered Africa in SIBS, and we had challenged Europe at ESM. And we felt like, now we are ready to graduate. We were wrong, completely wrong. And I'll tell you why. Immediately we landed here for module 4, back home, we were introduced to the deeper side of management. And how? We were introduced to emotional intelligence. We were told that, we were informed that we were challenged to be coaches every single day. And we were challenged to learn and challenge the organizational culture and behaviors. We had a real opportunity to work with ourselves and our colleagues to try and see the organization from within. We were introduced to the last module, which had a very unique challenge, which was the C-suite challenge. And this was the interesting bit, because through the C-suite challenges, you can imagine all the 32 of us had a C-suite challenge. We realized quickly that we are all facing the same challenges, irrespective of where we are. We are in banks, we are in hospitality, we are in KRA, like I said earlier, we are in all the sectors. we realize that we are facing the same challenges. And for sure, some of us who went through the last session here in this school, which was it was a game. It was to test your management skills and how you handle situations. We came up there having fired, I had some today fired their board. I think we came out of that challenge having fired the CEO, and some of us had almost fired the HR, others had fired the head of manufacturing. But the learning point was, you need to be patient. The solution doesn't lie there. Communicate, communicate, communicate. The last one was the coaching. We want to thank our coaches, if they are here today, for having walked with us this journey. I'm sure the relationships that we have created with our coaches will live with us forever. We have, during this journey, witnessed some early results, like I like to call them. My colleagues will agree with me. I would like to say, while we were having fun and coming back from Barcelona, one engineer, Joseph Kamau, was promoted to be the CEO of Earthy Water. Those are early results. Rumor has it that he left straight to Vatican, and before he entered, he was given a call that he's a new CEO. Congratulations. Nancy Njao, who sits with us today, is now the new CEO for Family Bank. She's 1 week old. She needs your support. Congratulations, Nancy. And when we joined the program, one Gideon Muhwa was a commoner, he was a mister, and now he leaves the program having graduated to be Dr. Gideon Muhwa. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, through this journey, we've known each other, grown together, and now it's our time to look ahead and create more meaningful and impactful modules. We'd like to appreciate everybody, the faculty in particular, the support teams led by Emily, our coaches, all of them, the whole team at SIBS in absentia, the whole team at TSE in absentia, Lagos Business School, our colleagues, everybody who has supported us in this program, and specifically to the council of the class, Flora and Madam Agnes. Congratulations to you all graduates. God bless you. God bless Strathmore Business School. Asante.
Congratulations to the AMP class. We're heading off to the Global CEO program. As CEO, you are charged with defining the vision, direction, and strategy of your enterprise to meet tomorrow's challenges head-on. The Global CEO program offers you the rare opportunity to step back, rethink your approach, and reflect on actions geared to your organization's needs for greater global leverage. The program is delivered in partnership with IESE Business School and Lagos Business School.
The participant profile of this program includes top-tier business leaders, including board members, C-suite executives, presidents, and chief decision makers of companies with interests or a presence across Africa. They have an average of 20 years experience, at least, in senior management roles, and reflect a diversity of sectors, profiles, and cultural backgrounds. To assist us award these certificates, we call upon our keynote speaker, Mr. Mike Eldon, who will be issuing the certificates with our course leader for our board level programs, Ms. Carol Musioka. Karibu kabisa. The program manager who will be reading the names for the graduates today is Ms. Martha Mbeke. Ladies and gentlemen, let us support the graduates as they come to receive their certificates. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to invite the Global CEO class of 2023 today, a program that is at the apex of our leadership programs. This year's delegates are an extraordinary cohort that sat through a rigorous curriculum and at a time where their roles demanded so much from them, but they made it through the program. Happy to say that our business leaders today are already making such great strides in their respective industries and are ready to create global brands and be ambassadors of transformation in Africa. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the first person I'd like to call on stage is one who is passionate about the growth and transformation of Absa Bank and is already making great strides at the bank. Since the program ended, he has been awarded responsibility of providing oversight of the bank's treasury, strategy, transformation, and sustainability functions. Help me welcome Mr. Yusuf Omari, Chief Finance Officer, Absa Bank, Kenya. Congratulations, Yusuf. The next person I'd like to call is a seasoned businessman who is passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation and sustainability. He's also a super host. He has already hosted this year's class in his organic farm, where they drew a lot of nuggets on innovation. He is the Chief Executive Officer, Wonderjoy Party World Limited. Help me invite Mr. Maina Wandere. Congratulations, Maina. Let's keep clapping for our global CEOs. Allow me to acknowledge some of our leaders who couldn't make it today, but should be joining us virtually. One of them is someone who is a partner of the business school, supporting the Strathmore Enterprise Development and Innovation Center, and is known to be very passionate about affordable housing. He has done his MBA here and now came back with the global CEO. A hand clap for Mr. Robert Kibara, Group CEO, HF Group. Also in absentia are two people from Lagos, Nigeria. One of them is Mr. Humphrey Oriaki, who's the Managing Director, Park Capital Limited, an asset management firm, and is currently based in Ghana. A hand clap for Mr. Humphrey, who should be joining us online, alongside Nola Adetola, who is a young entrepreneur in Nigeria, the CEO of Veritasi Homes, which is a real estate company. A hand clap for Nola. The next person I'd like to call is another brilliant and very happy person, very adventurous too. And talking about adventure, he's the only person that opted to use a train from New York to Connecticut for the final module in Yale School of Management. He is also a regional, he has a regional mandate, taking care of asset management for Old Mutual Investment Group. Help me welcome Anthony Mwithega, Group MD, East Africa, Old Mutual Investment Group. Now, the next person, ladies and gentlemen, is an Iron Lady with a beautiful story of getting to MD position from an office admin role. She's the only lady that made it through to the end of the program and is currently the Managing Director of Pride Microfinance. She is also the Vice President of the class, all the way from Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Veronica Namagembe. Another round of applause for Veronica. She's come from Uganda. The last person I'd like to call up on stage was the life of the class. He has a great sense of humor and made all our international trips so much fun. This, alongside his brilliance, earned him class president of the 2023 class. He is an entrepreneur in real estate and is the Chief Executive Officer and founder of AMG Realtors. Ladies and gentlemen, help me invite Andrew Getao. Congratulations to the class of 2023 Global CEO class. And at this point, I would like to invite Andrew Getao to give a speech as the class president. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Thank you. As the most senior class and the most expensive, may I please ask everybody to stand up, please? Please stand up. Yeah, respect the class, eh? Please stretch, just stretch. Tell your neighbor, we are almost there. We are almost there. Please have a seat, thank you. Now, also, I was given only 5 minutes, but to make the speech, but in the spirit of going above and beyond, as taught by Strathmore, I'll take 7.5. And the last half will be Q&A, so be ready. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty, proud parents and spouses. And speaking of spouses, some of you may have graduated here, not only in a course, but also with a spouse, eh? I hope so. And my fellow Strathmore University alumni. Today, as we stand on the cusp of a new chapter, I'm deeply honored to address you as the president of our class. Reflecting on our time at Strathmore, I'm reminded of the transformative journey we undertook together, a journey that not only enriched our minds, but also forged lasting connection. Now, imagine this. You're a simple girl, born and brought up in rural Murang'a County village. After high school, you start hawking t-shirts in Thika Town. I hope most of you know where Thika Town is. It's a small town in Central Province, making between 500 and 2,000 shillings on a good day. You have a passion for music, and so you write songs during your free time and release the same songs on TikTok. Nothing much happens on that front for a while, and your songs gain no traction. Then one morning, as you get ready to go hawk your t-shirts, you get hundreds of texts and calls from friends and strangers. One of the songs you released on TikTok has caught the attention of a celebrity DJ from Brazil who has done a remix of the same song, and all of a sudden, your song is going viral on TikTok. In a matter of weeks, you're all over the media, doing interviews on radio, newspaper articles are written about you and the song, from a simple hawker to a celebrity. Talk of bottom up in a matter of days. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true story of a Kenyan musician, Sophia Nzao, whose Kikuyu song, Mwaki, has become a TikTok sensation hit with 6 million downloads in the first few days. Mr. DJ, please put the song for the people who don't know. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Please download the song. It's a beautiful song. The story of Nzao's rapid rise from a t-shirt hawker in Murang'a County to a TikTok sensation emphasizes the transformative power of technology in today's interconnected world. The speed at which her music has gained a global recognition showcases the impact of digital platforms on sharing and discovering talent. It also highlights opportunities for collaboration that transcend geographical boundaries, as seen in the collaboration with the Brazilian DJ Zab. The contrast with the past underscores how much faster and smaller our world has become. It is a statement to the changing dynamics of fame and success in the contemporary era. It reflects the world we live in. Imagine how long a song in the 80s would take to reach 6 million people. Imagine what it would take for a Brazilian DJ and a simple Kenyan girl to do a collabo in the 80s, even as a radio hum in a shack. The world has changed. It has changed drastically. It's so much smaller and so much faster. But what is the point? The point is that we're in luck, ladies and gentlemen. We're in luck because Strathmore prepares us for this world. Please clap for Strathmore. As we step into the future, let us carry the spirit of Strathmore with us, the spirit of excellence, innovation, and community. Our alma mater has equipped us with not just knowledge, but also the resilience to face the challenges head on. Each one of us is a testament to the values instilled in us during our time here. In the years ahead, let us continue to embody the principles of integrity and service that Strathmore has instilled in us. As alumni, we are not just recipients of education, we are ambassadors of positive change in our communities. I would like to thank Carol Musioka, Martha Mbeke, Hans Kipkoril, and Shadrach Mwangangi for taking care of us in Kenya, Nigeria, and Yale. We didn't hear Yale. Yale. We went to Yale in the USA. In closing, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the graduating classes of 2023. Our journey doesn't end here. It evolves into a new phase of growth and impact. Together, let us make our alma mater proud and continue to shine as Strathmore alumni. God bless you all.
Thank you, Andrew Gitao, for that. And thank you for the correction that it's not ESA, but it's actually Yale School of Management. Great. So we'll proceed to the next session, where you might be wondering what next now that I am an alumni of Strathmore. So allow me to invite the head of alumni relations and partnerships, Anthony Bandi, to give a few remarks.
Thank you, Nancy. Good afternoon. All protocols observed. We had an agreement with Andrew who's going to dance to that song. And for but he has two left legs, so anyway. And he's from Ratanga. Before I start making my remarks, we would like to recognize some of the partners that have been very friendly to Strathmore this year. We have two institutions that have offered more than 10 students for the executive education programs this year alone. So I'd like to ask Shadrach to come forward with the gifts, and Dr. Caesar Mwangi, just come forward. The first institution is KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority, who are graduating 23 students today. And I would like to ask Wilson to come forward to receive the gift on behalf of KRA. As Wilson comes forward, the second institution that has been very supportive to Strathmore Business School is Family Bank, with 13 students this year. And I'd like to request the newest CEO in the room, Nancy Njao, to come forward. Thank you. Well, as I stand here to graciously recognize your efforts in various programs that you have undertaken in Strathmore, I would like to wish you all congratulations. Some of you are graduating from Strathmore the first time, some the second time, and I dare say, some more than 3 times. It isn't about the graduation itself, it's what you become after you graduate and you continue being. The entire school, the business school, have given you their best to make your experience memorable. We now welcome you to a new experience as alumnus or alumna of Strathmore University Business School. We are welcoming you to your new lifelong experience, because once you become an alumnus, you're going nowhere. You belong to us. You're joining a network of over 40,000 Strathmore University alumni. As you join this network, we also expect that you will grow the Strathmore University brand by your exemplary endeavors. As you've heard, some of the programs here have been funded by donors. These opportunities come from your endeavors and the brand you build in society, the work you do in society. Keep doing good. We welcome you to join the platform where we engage our alumni, which is www.strathmoreconnect.org, and follow the prompts to register. Once again, congratulations and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, who heads our Alumni and Partnerships Office. Indeed, we are very passionate about partnerships. We are told that in business, relationships are everything. Well, actually, we find that in life, relationships are everything. And so even as you have come to Strathmore Business School and done this program, whichever program you have done, we believe that we are going to sustain and nurture a lifelong relationship. We hope that you will not be here for the last time, but you will keep coming back for us to keep growing together. And even as we work to fulfill our mission, we are always keen to work together to see how we will transform Africa together, how we will work together to develop the ethical and transformational leaders. Asante sana, Mr. Mbandi. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long morning. We are coming to the tail end of this most wonderful graduation. At this point, I will invite our Deputy Executive Dean, Dr. Angela Ndunge, who is also doubling up or holding the role of the Associate Dean of Executive Programs, to give closing remarks, and then we will give you guidance on what happens after that. Karibu, Dr. Ndunge.
Thank you, Roy. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so you should be grateful that I'm a lady of few words. Therefore, I'm going to make this vote of thanks very brief and try to still acknowledge all the people who have contributed to today's success, as well as to the success of Strathmore all these years, and who are impacting our continent in many different ways. So first, I'll start by expressing my gratitude to the speakers. I'll not really follow protocol. I'll just follow the way they started. And we began with some good remarks from our dean. And I think the key message from our dean was about celebrating you as leaders and encouraging you to continue to sharpen your saws and to do better for Africa. So I think you've already heard, some of us have been here once. We want to continue journeying with you. I was excited to see some of my alumni from SMLP who have graduated to AMP, to the Global CEO. So it is always amazing to have you here. Our second speaker, Dr. Ogutu, took us on a different direction with regards to today's theme on sustainability. And he talked about integrity and trust. So if we forget anything else about today, I think from him, it's the issue around integrity and trust, and how when we live the values, we can truly be sustainable, not as businesses, but even in our personal lives, because you're able to navigate the different chapters and the different challenges that will be thrown along your way as leaders. So we appreciate you for that and for gracing this event and making time to be here. I also want to, of course, appreciate our keynote, Mr. Mike Eldon. Again, summarizing his key message, I think what I liked the most was around the win-win. And I think that's a message we are always trying to pass on about building relationships. Sustainability is all about thinking about the other person. And he also touched on one of the favorite topics from our Pope, which is about caring for our common home, which aligns again with our theme today about driving sustainable business. So if we are not caring for the earth cannot give back to us. We are not able to live off the earth, and the whole cycle continues. But what I liked the most is because he reiterated the importance of my job in Strathmore, because he said we need philosophers, we need drama people, and psychologists. So I hope my VC has heard that we need more psychologists in the business school. So that was part of the message that I wanted to reiterate. But thank you very much for being here and for sharing the nuggets that you shared. I want to also, of course, recognize all the people who have been working behind the scenes to make everything that we have here beautiful. Behind all this operation, we have our management board, our management committee here, again, represented by our dean and our VC, for coming out to support us and to ensure that whatever we ask, we are given so as to be able to deliver on our roles. I would like to recognize our faculty, our coaches, especially those who are here representing all the faculty, the course leaders. They've been doing an amazing job. I've seen the connections that they have had with all their participants. I have never had to follow any of them for not doing their work. So I'm really grateful for the sense of responsibility and the integrity that each of you upholds as you run your roles. I also want to recognize, of course, our administrative staff. I believe the dean talked about them. The chief support officer is the dean, but behind the scenes, there are many other important people: marketing, events, finance, cafeteria. I had some people talking about the food, all these people that make our lives here even better. So wish to recognize them and appreciate them. I also want to appreciate you as our partners and the people who have believed in the mission of Strathmore to transform this continent. Some of you have sponsored so many students. I know we mentioned the top ones. We recently also had an event for all our partners. Those who did not make it, we again want to say thank you for supporting us. Thank you for choosing Strathmore to be your knowledge partner. Now, if time allowed me, I would have called on the EE team, wherever they are, to come in front here. But I believe you've seen the youthfulness and the excitement in which they carry on their roles. They have been waking up 5 a.m. and others even staying longer to make sure all programs run as they are scheduled on time and we meet each individual's needs. So I wish to just recognize them in a special way. Some of them, you saw them reading names here, but because of time, I will not call them. But hopefully, as you move around, you'll be able to identify them and continue to work with them to support your organizations and to develop yourself. I also wish to, of course, recognize our MC. Been told there's a tendency to forget the people who MC some of these events. So I wish to not only appreciate them, but also share a token of appreciation from everybody who has been involved in the planning, as well as on behalf of our participants for the beautiful way you have navigated and conducted and led this ceremony. So please come in front so that we can appreciate you just for the great work that you've done. So as I was listening to the various speakers, the various sharings from the different classes, the key and the core message that I got from all those speakers was, whatever we do, we have to go and be change makers or change catalysts. And I know that role of bringing up change is not going to be easy. And I thought, what can I leave with you as you move forward that will encourage you and give you strength as you continue on that journey of leadership? And throughout the week, I was reflecting on what to tell you. And this prayer of St. Francis of Assisi kept coming to my mind. And therefore, as I conclude my vote of thanks, I want to conclude with that prayer. And I will ask each one of you to stand up, because this is the prayer that I will be praying for you as you continue your journey to be change makers. Now, interestingly, as all the speakers were speaking, I was researching about St. Francis of Assisi. Turns out he's the patron saint of ecology, and now the patron saint of Laudato Si, which our speaker, Mark Eldon, kept referring to. So there's a common thread between what he was speaking about, and those who have not read about the Laudato Si is about caring for our common home. So I hope that prayer will encourage you and always remind you what is required of you as a leader. So you can repeat it in your heart as I go along. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there's hatred, let me sow love. Where there's injury, pardon. Where there's doubt, faith. Where there's despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not seek to be consoled, but to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Thank you very much. Let us continue on the journey of transformation of this great continent of Africa.
I have a message for you.
Asante sana, Dr. Ndunge. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. I am told that the team believes that we should play at least one song to celebrate. So it is good that we are standing. They want to play us one piece to feel the vibe and the melody going through our bones. Asante sana. Sound team.
I have a message for you.
And people to dance.
Come on, listen. Them tell you, say you can never be the one. God say, make I tell you, say now you in 1 month, 1 week, new sing a new song. 2 days, less than that, you will hear congratulations, you're congratulations, he has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you again with a new song to praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. 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 Everyone has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Them say that.
I think that is okay.
I see.
Oh, we want to continue. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Asante sana, ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Thank you very much. I assure you from up here, your moves looked very good, very wonderful. And now that some of you are capturing the moment with your phones, it will be indeed a wonderful video to revisit. A few announcements as we wind up. You look very lovely and wonderful in the graduation sashes. However, please allow us to request that when you are leaving the building, please hand the sachet at the reception, at the entrance, to possibly any program manager or your respective program manager. Then we will be having brunch. For the healthcare management programs, the branch has been set up in the lower ground floor in the marketplace. The lower ground floor. We don't have a basement here. We have a lower ground floor. For the other programs, the other graduating classes, of course, together with your family members and friends, your loved ones, you'll be accompanying them. For the other programs, the branch will be on the second floor at the Masai Mara cafeteria. You know where the Masai Mara cafeteria is, I believe. Then we wish you all the best as you have the rest of the entertainment and celebration today. We have officially gotten into the month of December as we anticipate the festive season. We wish you a wonderful Christmas. We wish you a wonderful time and enjoyable moments with your family, with your friends, and your loved ones. To see us off as we are going to the respective places to have our brunch, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say thank you on behalf of myself and Nancy for being such a wonderful audience. And I will call back Spellcast to see us off with some entertainment so that even as you move, feel free to feel the melodies going through your bones. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. Au revoir, messieurs, dames. Au revoir.
Mic check.